and expanded access to nutrition and primary healthcare services in multiple states of the Federation. This achievement, within a very short period of time, reflects a clear vision to support communities, strengthen systems, and improve access to essential services for children and families. I want to boldly state that few organizations who have been able to achieve this within a short period. So we want to appreciate partners for all the support, also appreciate critical stakeholders for the partnership that has led to this remarkable achievement within a very short period of time. To the staff of the CWINS, I want to thank you for your professionalism and your drive to learn. To the board, once again, I say thank you for your continuous guidance. As we mark these milestones, let us reflect on what we have achieved together and the responsibility to continue advancing solutions that strengthen communities, improve lives, as well as well-being of Nigerians. With your ongoing support, CWINS will deepen its impact and build on the foundation laid over the 5 years. Once again, we appreciate you for coming, we appreciate you for your support, and we look forward to continued partnership so that we can further deepen and make much more impact for our community in terms of health, well-being, and nutrition. Thank you. I wish you a very meaningful and inspiring celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we make the applause bigger and louder for the chairman, vice chairman, CWINS, Dr. Ado? We sincerely appreciate the welcome remark that you have just given us. I like the part where you say today is for reflections and for responsibilities, looking at the responsibilities ahead. And indeed, going by our agenda for today, we are going to be doing all of those. Thank you once again, sir. May I, at this juncture, recognize a few guests who are with us. And I'll begin by recognizing Her Royal Highness Hajia Ambassador Hawa Ibrahim Adamu. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. She's also President, Association of Wives of FCT Traditional Rulers. I would also like to recognize Chief Mrs. Moji Makanjola, MNI. Please a round of applause. Thank you for joining us. His Royal Highness, or Her Royal Highness, okay, I have just recognized her. I would also like to recognize guests who have joined us from Pathfinder. Just a wave if you're here. Thank you so much for joining us. And from Vaccine Network as well. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining us. And in the course of the program, if we have omitted your name or organization, I can assure you, as I receive memo, I will recognize you. All right, at this juncture, I would like to move on to the very next agenda, which is going to be goodwill messages. We'll take goodwill messages from our partners, and each message reminds us that public health is a team sport, and today the team is here. I'll begin with a special recorded goodwill message from a governor whose administration has consistently demonstrated commitment to health, nutrition, and community well-being. He'll be joining us virtually. Please join me as we listen to the goodwill message from His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, His Excellency Abdullahi A. Sule.
It is my pleasure to congratulate the Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Systems, CWINS, on this their 5-year anniversary. Indeed, their commitment, their dedication to ensure the success of this organization is admirable. So I want to sincerely congratulate you on this. In Nasarawa State, we value partnerships. usually that enhance child health, nutrition, and human capital development. And CWINS is known for all these three. So that's how we become the good partners that we continue to be. And this has gone successfully in all the 30 local government areas of the state. At this moment, I would like to also commend Her Excellency, the First Lady of Nasarawa State, Hajia Slifatu Abdullahi Sule, whose engagement with women groups, as well as traditional and religious leaders, all the youth organizations, to continue to promote and to protect our youth and women has been highly commendable. Therefore, I'd like to congratulate her and all those stakeholders who have continued to work with her for the protection of children against measles and rubella diseases that can lead to blindness, deafness, brain damage, as well as all other kinds of serious complications. The strong collaboration between CWINS and the Office of the First Lady of Nasarawa State, as well as the Primary Healthcare Development Agency of Nasarawa State, has been very profitable and commendable for Nasarawa State. CWIN marks this 25 years anniversary. Therefore, I encourage the organization to continue expanding its interventions, strengthening community engagements, so we can continue to have mutual benefit. On behalf of the government and the good people of Nasarawa State, I warmly congratulate CWINS and wish the entire team a continued success. Thank you very much.
We appreciate His Excellency in absentia, and we say thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing with us that goodwill message. May I recognize our keynote speaker, who was pretty prompt, actually, the Director, Nutrition Department, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Ladidi Bako, MNI. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. All right, I would also like to invite, so for the goodwill message, we have quite a number of ministries here. So kindly introduce yourself once I mention your ministry and you're behind the microphone, and then go ahead with your goodwill message. We will begin with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Please, a round of applause as the representative comes forward. Okay, all right, so I take it that they'll join us. Oh, okay, so please a round of applause for her as she comes forward.
Good morning, the Senior Special Advisor to the President, my mentor, Dr. Salma. I want to say a big thank you to you, ma'am, for the guidance that you have given to us in the ministry. My brother, Dr. Ado, I can't say thank you enough for the guidance you gave me while I was a small child. I learned a lot from you. Our royal father, CWIN Chairman, Emir of Argungu, the head of Mission CWIN, members of the Board of Trustees, Development and Implementing Partners, the media, my colleague, representative from the ministries, departments, and agencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am here on behalf of the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Muhammadu Ali Pate. We would have loved to be here in person, but is currently out of the country. The message is from the Coordinating Minister. I'm only a vessel. So when you hear I, it is not Ladidi Bako Ayegbusi MNI, it is the Coordinating Minister. When I deliver the message, if there is accolade, please don't hesitate to give me. But if there are missiles, kindly keep it until you see my minister. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to join you today as we mark 5 years of CWIN's practice, learning, and impact. This milestone is not just a celebration, it is a moment of reflection, accountability, and renewed commitment. And it could not have come at a more important time. Nigeria today stands at a critical junction. We are battling with triple burden of malnutrition, exemplified by undernutrition, overnutrition, and micronutrient deficiency. Over the years, Nigeria has taken bold steps to strengthen nutrition governance, improve multi-sectoral coordination, and integrate nutrition into national development priorities. Our partnership with CWINS and many other stakeholders has enabled us to achieve quite a number of milestones. We have been able to have more inclusive program design, bringing voices from communities, women groups, and frontline workers into the conversation. We have together developed stronger data generation, allowing us to see where disparities exist and who is being left behind. We have expanded implementation of school-age, adolescent, maternal, and elderly nutrition interventions. And together, we have improved policy engagement and capacity building across all states. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, CWIN's 5 years journey reflects resilience, collaboration, and a commitment to equity. The work of CWIN has illuminated what is possible when learning, adaptation, and community engagement guide our interaction. Together, we have been able to strengthen the policy environment for nutrition and health equity. We have increased awareness of content-specific challenges faced by women, children, and the vulnerable population. We have built platforms for cross-learning and shared accountability. As we celebrate the 5 years of CWIN, we must also look ahead with purpose. The Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is committed to deepening equitable access to high-impact nutrition services, to ensuring that we strengthen our system to protect everyone across the life cycle. We will ensure that we strengthen ongoing multi-sectoral collaboration across all the sectors: agriculture, education, water and sanitation, social protection, economic planning, to mention a few. We will ensure that domestic resource mobilization is intensified and sustained, and we will not leave out innovation and local solutions that reflect Nigerians' diversity. Let us leave this event not only with celebration, but with renewed determination to ensure that every child, regardless of the background, regardless of where the child lives, has access to proper nutrition, to empower every woman and adolescent with knowledge, to strengthen the system that equity is not a slogan, but a lived reality. As we move forward, let us remember that nutrition is national building and equity is the pathway through which true progress is achieved. I commend CWINS for 5 years transformative years. May the next 5 years be defined by deeper partnership, stronger evidence, and greater impact across Nigeria. Together, let us energize the sector and commit to collective action that lifts every Nigerian in every community. Once again, I congratulate CWIN on this remarkable milestone, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Do we want to give her another applause? And that has been Director, Nutrition Department, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Ladidi Bako, MNI. She's wearing 2 hats today, bringing us the goodwill message, and much later will also give us the keynote speech. Ma'am, by the applause, thankfully, no missiles, so you're good to go. It means that your ministry is doing a great job, and we appreciate you. Thank you, sir, for that very loud applause. All right, we're still taking more goodwill messages, and I would like to invite the Federal Ministry of Information. Please, do we have any representatives here? Just feel free. Stand up and walk toward the podium. We are ready for you. Okay, I take it that no representative present yet, so I'll move on to the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. Do we have any representatives here? Okay. We'll just move on to the very next ministry, National Primary Health Care. Oh, I already mentioned that. So it's National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. And yes, we do have a representative. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. Can we make the applause bigger and louder as she brings goodwill message to us from NAFDAC. Please, let's keep the applause going. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, distinguished guests, Board of Trustees of SeaWinds, esteemed partners, and all stakeholders present. My name is Okerafo Emanuela. I bring goodwill message from my Director General, Professor Mrs. Christiana Mojushola Adeyeye. On behalf of National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, I am honored to convey our warm felicitation to the Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solutions, CWIN, on the occasion of its 5 years of practice and learning event. This milestone reflects your unwavering commitment to improving nutrition, community well-being, and evidence-based intervention across Nigeria. Over the years, CWIN has demonstrated remarkable leadership in promoting sustainable nutrition solutions, strengthening community health system, and fostering partnership that drive impactful change. NAFDAC values institutions like CWIN, whose missions align with our mandate to safeguard public health. Your work in capacity building, community engagement, and nutritional education contributes significantly to national development and enhance the quality of life for vulnerable populations. As you celebrate 5 years of progress, learning, and service, we commend your dedication and resilience. We encourage you to continue upholding excellence, innovation, and accountability in all your interventions. NAFDAC remains committed to strengthening collaboration with CWINS and all stakeholders to promote healthier, safer, and well-nourished Nigerian. Congratulations once again, and we wish you many years of impactful services. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Okerafo Emanuela, for bringing us that goodwill message from NAFDAC. Kindly extend our warm regards from CWINS and our appreciation as well. May I also make a quick correction. Chief Mrs. Moji Makanjola, MFR, and not MNI, as I earlier recognized her. I apologize for that mistake. All right, and we'll go on to our very next ministry here. Hopefully they are. National Orientation Agency. Do we have any representatives? Kindly come forward. And afterwards, do we have any representatives from Gates Foundation? Gates Foundation, do we have any? All right, yes, please, come forward. We're ready for you from National Orientation Agency. Please, an applause for her as she comes forward. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be standing on already established protocol. My name is Ajayi Oluwapelumi, and I am speaking on behalf of Director, Health and Social Care, Dr. Ayola Biodun Olufemi, who is unavoidably absent due to an official assignment. We would like to sincerely congratulate the entire team on celebrating 5 years of practice and continuous learning. Your commitment, resilience, and growth over the years are truly commendable. The National Orientation Agency remains committed to supporting your organizational goals and strengthening our collaboration for even greater community impact. We look forward to more meaningful engagement in years to come. Once again, I want to say thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Pelumi, for that goodwill message, and do extend our appreciation to the Director, Public Care, all the way from National Orientation Agency. Thank you. All right, so once again, any representatives from Gates Foundation? All right, and just before I invite the very next ministry, please pay attention to this car details. Your attention is needed outside. ABJ45GX, it's a Honda. Unfortunately, I don't have the color, but it's a Honda. And if this sounds like your number plates, your attention is needed outside. ABJ45GX. Okay, and moving on to recognize the next ministry. Representatives from the Nigeria Governor's Spouses Forum. Any representatives? Okay, I hear a loud yes. So please, a round of applause as the person comes forward. Okay, all right, so I guess that will be done later. I was probably hearing yes to something else. Okay, may I also recognize representatives from the Health Sector Reform Coalition in the Nigerian context? HSRC, any representatives? Please, an applause as he comes forward. Can we make that bigger and louder? Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Well, it's still morning, so good morning, everyone. I want to say that, first of all, from the Health Sector Reform Coalition, we're very delighted to be at this epoch meeting, which is more than just a date in a calendar. We see this as a celebration of an important milestone of about half a decade of creative work in the area of population well-being, nutrition, and health in this country, as championed across a vast number of communities where the footprints of Seawinds have been widely acknowledged. We at the Health Sector Reform Coalition are particularly happy to be here, to be part of this celebration, because Seawinds is a member of the coalition, a very important member of the coalition, and not only that, plays the role as secretariat. The Health Sector Reform Coalition is housed within Seawinds, providing support to the coalition. So we congratulate you and thank you for that, which cements our working relationship together, feeding on the advantages of the two entities. It sounds like we're marking 5 years, but for those of us, because of the interrelationships among the individuals crisscrossing over the years, one would think that Seawinds has been around for more than 20 years. Whether it's Dr. Ado, Dr. Mahmoud, His Royal Highness, and other members of the board, we have all worked together in the public health space in this country that you would think that we have been working under the auspices of Seawinds. Again, we have nothing but to congratulate you on reaching this 5-year milestone. We believe, as they say, that the sky is the limit. Even though it is 5 years, we think we have a long way to go. And everything looks very promising. So looking ahead, not only do we celebrate this milestone, we as a coalition reaffirmed our shared commitment to expanding universal access to essential health and well-being services with Seawinds. We want to thank you for your trust, accommodation, as one of our leading member organizations of the coalition. So we wish us all very fruitful deliberation today in this learning experience. Thank you very much.
A very big thank you to the chairperson, HSRC, Dr. Mustafa Lekki, for the goodwill message. We appreciate you, sir. And we definitely look forward to the panel session where you'll be speaking to us more. So thank you for joining us and for the goodwill message. All right, we're still taking goodwill messages, but I would like to recognize guests from the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for them and just a wave. Thank you for joining us. All right, I would like to invite for another goodwill message, Chief Mrs. Moji Makanjola, MFR. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes forward. Oh, all right. So we do have, please can we get the handheld mic?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to recognize my sister, the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Health, Dr. Ibrahim. You're welcome. I'd like also to recognize that we have the representative of the Coordinating Honorable Minister of Health. Thank you. From the throne, I recognize our Queen here. This is like home, like Dr. Lekki has said. And I want to commend the MC because she captured the scene of today. And I think that we have the background, and what we are doing is a celebration of wheat, a celebration of deliberate intervention, a celebration of humanity to human. Thank you very much, Dr. Ado, and I'd also like to extend these greetings to His Royal Highness, the Chair of CWIN. CWIN is like you've been forever. Dr. Ado is my small brother. Dr. Mahmoud is my younger brother. Dr. Lolama Bogunje is my cousin. Anu is my daughter. All rolled in, Your Royal Highness, in CWINs. So I'm CWIN myself. So to God be the glory for these 5 years of impact. My prayer is that you continue to lead as you're doing, particularly in the areas of well-being. Nutrition to me is very, very, very personal. And this is one of the pillars of CWINs. 5 years is good for you to roll out the red carpets like you've done. My prayer is that the resilience that you've shown, the commitment that you've shown, would all lead us to the dreamland, which is the universal health coverage. As we particularly look forward to a couple of days, which will be the Universal Health Coverage Day, I want to thank CWIN for putting this together. It's a reminder that we're not there yet, but we can get there with the kind of commitment that CWIN has shown in the last 5 years. The work just got started, and I wish us luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the goodwill message. May I add that she's a very big mentor too, and a veteran broadcast journalist herself. I mean, just by the way she was speaking, I bet we're able to dot some of those dots for those who weren't quite sure about that. We appreciate you, ma'am, and thank you for the goodwill message from HSRC. All right, we'll go on to recognize guests from the World Health Organization present here. Just a wave will do. All right, kindly come forward for your goodwill message. Okay, not now. Okay, all right then. So we have another goodwill message, which will be virtual. And this is from the Center for Health Sciences Training, Research and Development, Chestrad Global. And Dr. Lola Dare will be joining us virtually. Let's hear from her now.
Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can, ma'am.
Thank you. First, let me extend sincere apologies that I cannot be with my brothers and sisters there. It's been a surreal moment for me. And I want to congratulate CWINS and its network for the fantastic work you have done. I bring you warm felicitations from Chestrad Global. We are foundations and long-standing partners of CWINS and of his visionary leadership. Dr. Ado, who I hold in the highest of all regard, and Dr. Mahmoud, who I love to have change-making discussions with. Like it's been said, when we gather to celebrate an anniversary, we're not only honoring the passage of time, we are here to recognize footprints in the sands of time and to tell a story written with courage, passion, and purpose. And we honor the unfolding story of CWINS Nigeria. I'm not going to repeat what many have said, but CWINS is celebrating impact and learning. Permit me to share what I have learned from CWINS. 5 years ago, it started as a simple conviction. Every woman, every child, every person deserves the dignity of good health, safe food, and adequate nutrition. This is not something one organization can achieve alone, but one organization can be the candle that lights others and makes this go from village to village and from person to person. CWINS stands as a growing movement, not just an organization, shaping policies, empowering families, building capacities, and advancing a healthier and fairer future well beyond our nation's borders. I congratulate you. What have I learned? Sometimes we have different perspectives. These gentlemen are honorable leaders dedicated leaders, compassionate leaders, and I've learned as I reflect on this journey to celebrate these two remarkable men whose leadership has shaped every chapter and every year. I have learned that from them that a difference of opinion is neither a fight or an argument. It is charting new courage, engaging diversity and inclusion, and also ensuring that we can be innovative and identify innovative solutions together. I want to leave CWINS with a charge, and I hope that the full details of the goodwill message will be shared with everyone there. But there's a charge, like everybody has said, the story is just beginning. It's a story that goes deeper than leadership. It's a story of brotherhood. It's a story of patriotism. It's a story of innovation. It's a story of breaking glass ceilings. It's a story of resilience. I charge you to continue your story of resilience, knowing that we need to share our lived realities from the last mile to the first mile, our truths, our vulnerabilities, and our strengths. Each time we do this, we need to do this with dignity, understanding, respect, and a rare sincerity that both Dr. Ado and Dr. Mahmoud and the entire CWINS team have demonstrated each time we have had to have engagement with them, and we wish to continue to do so. CWINS does not operate as an organization, it feels like a family. Dr. Lekki, and Sister Mudima Jokolo, and Sister Dalama Bogunje, you can see I'm calling them sister, this brother, that. It's been a family journey. And as CWINS 5, I do not just offer congratulations, I celebrate my brothers, my sisters, my communities, my nation, and my people. And I leave a bold charge. CWINS, your story is being written in the annals of the history of Nigeria. You have now planted seeds, work with others now to nurture them. You have built pathways, now widen them. You have given us voices, now amplify them from the first mile to the last mile. You have earned respect and trust, transform it into lasting systems of care. Nigeria needs your courage, your compassion, your evidence, your humility. The communities you need serve you. You serve need you, and perhaps now more than ever. As we celebrate these milestones, may you remember that the work you do is not small at all. It is not invisible, and it will never be forgotten. It is the quiet labor upon which a healthier, more equitable Nigeria will stand. May the burden of leadership always return to you as the joy of service. Amen. Congratulations, and thank you for having me.
And we say thank you. It is indeed our pleasure to also have you share that very warm and goodwill message with us. Thank you once again, Dr. Lola, Global Lead, Chestrad Global. Please, can we together give her another applause? Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, I would like to quickly recognize a few guests that have joined us. And from Form 1, we have guests, just wave will do. Thank you for joining us, guests from Form 1. Yes, we see you. And from Make Our Hospital Work Again Foundation, thank you for joining us, we appreciate you. Sector-wide approach from under the Federal Ministry of Health, that's SWAP. A round of applause for them, thank you. And from PPFN, that's Planned Parenthood Federation of Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us. And I would also like to recognize Sheikh Alhaji Ahmed Lau from GBWIS. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. If this was a children's party where we encourage children's participation and, you know, for maybe something extraordinary that they're doing, and then you're like, for doing this, I'm going to give you more sweets, I'm going to give you more candy. I would give that table over there more sweets and candy for the applause that they have been giving. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Please let's not get tired as we make progress. We're going to be taking one more goodwill message, and this too will be virtually from DMAGI. DMAGI International is a for-profit social enterprise that builds software for frontline health workers. And our media team will help us with that virtual goodwill message. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sagar Atre and I'm part of the Dimagi team. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Siemens team for completing 5 years of operation. We first got in touch with Siemens for Dimagi's ComCare Connect Child Health campaign about 2 years ago. And since then, the Siemens team have been valuable partners for us for the child health campaign, but also for a lot of other Dimagi work in Nigeria. The Siemens team brings a great deal of unique skill sets, such as great experience in the public health sector through Dr. Mehmood and Dr. Ado, who are public health veterans in the country. But along with that, they also bring a young team of people who are eager to learn technology, who are eager to implement it for the betterment of health in Nigeria. And their work in the ANDRIN program and in handling the nutrition information and logistics management system was valuable for us when we brought them on for working on the ComCare Connect program in Nigeria. Siemens worked with us on 2 campaigns in Katsina for the past 2 years, reaching more than 100,000 children with essential micronutrients and ORS in the past 2 years. And we are sure that we are going to continue this collaboration with them in the upcoming years, since they bring a great deal of technical expertise, a great deal of vision of what is necessary for the betterment of the people of Nigeria and their health. And along with that, a passion to implement technology and scalable solutions that can help in making sure that we are reaching the last mile and the vulnerable populations of Nigeria with the necessary health resources. 5 years is a short milestone, and we are pretty sure at Dimagi that Siemens will cross many such more milestones, create much greater impact, and will contribute to the betterment of the people of Nigeria and their health. And we would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations and our best wishes for the future. And we would like to wish them a great celebration for the 5 years, and also would like to wish them that they get ready for more impact in the future, which I'm sure they will bring through the work that they do ahead. Thank you very much, and congratulations all of you in the Siemens team. You are not only our colleagues and not only our partners, but also great friends, and we hope this continues in the future as well. Thank you very much.
And we say thank you too to the entire team of Dimagi. We also understand that some participants have joined us online from Dimagi. So that's a big thank you for the goodwill message. All right, so PPFN say they will not just wave and smile. They want to also share goodwill message, but they will be the final set of people who will be giving us goodwill message. So please make welcome representatives from Planned Parenthood Federation of Nigeria. Thank you. Can we kindly keep the applause going until he gets here? Do well to introduce yourself, sir.
Good morning, everyone. And I will stand on the existing protocol already established. My name is Sumonu Tiamiyu. I work with the Planned Parenthood Federation of Nigeria. I'm here on behalf of my executive director, Dr. Okai Arun Abubakar Haku, who was on another engagement that is also dear to our organization. This is a goodwill message delivered on the occasion of the 5th anniversary of Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solutions. Distinguished partners and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Planned Parenthood Federation of Nigeria, I am pleased to convey warm goodwill to the Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solutions on our 5th anniversary. This milestone reflects a unwavering commitment to strengthening nutrition system, promoting evidence-based solutions, and improving the health and well-being of communities across Nigeria. PPFN, as a leading national provider of sexual and reproductive health and rights services, has spent more than 5 decades advancing quality healthcare, empowering individuals, and promoting policies that enhance human development, with presence across Nigeria and strong network of service points. PPFN continue to champion SRH, nutrition, gender, and overall well-being to ensure that no one is left behind. Our work is anchored on equity, access, and belief that health populations are fundamental to national progress. While my executive director would have loved to be present to celebrate this important occasion, the event coincides with PPFN's 38th Annual Population Lecture Series, APLS. The APLS was dear to our heart at PPFN as it was institutionalized in partnership with the National Population Commission to mark the 50th anniversary of PPFN. This has become flagship platform for advancing dialogue and advocacy for improved demographic dividend. The absence of my executive directors today honor this long-standing institutional commitment. We deeply value the strong partnership we have cultivated with CWINS. Together, we have made notable strides in delivering integrated nutrition intervention in Kano and Katsina, reaching vulnerable households, and improving income to women, adolescents, and children. Our collaboration is a testament to what is possible when institutions work collectively towards shared development goals. As CWIN marks 5 years of learning, reflection, and innovation, we celebrate your contribution to shaping nutrition policy, strengthening program design, and enhancing capacity across the sector. The lesson and insight emerging from this forum will undoubtedly further enrich Nigeria's nutrition landscape and improve service delivery at all levels. PPFN remains committed to sustaining and expanding our partnership with CWINS as we work collectively to scale integrated SRH and nutrition interventions, strengthen community resilience, and contribute meaningfully to national development and aspiration. Congratulations once again on this landmark anniversary. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and continued success in your mission to improve the well-being of Nigeria. Please accept the assurance of my executive directors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And please do extend CWIN's appreciation as well to the executive director and the entire team of PPFN. All right, I would also like to take, honestly, the entire team is here, but I'm very hopeful that this time I say it's the final. It will be the final. We would like to invite for another goodwill message, Dr. Ashiru from SWAP, which is sector-wide approach under the Federal Ministry of Health. Please, an applause as he comes forward.
The Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President, our Mother Director, Food and Nutrition, Dr. Ado, the Oracle, Royal Fathers, other distinguished guests, please permit me to stand on established protocol. I don't have any prepared speech. Dr. Ado said that I must say something here on behalf of the SWAP office. Dr. Muntaka was to be here. Unfortunately, he traveled along with the minister that Dr. Mrs. Ladidi mentioned, that they are out of the country, and he asked me to represent the SWAP office. I think for us, the SWAP office and championing the reform, the ongoing Nigerian health sector reform, health sector renewal investment initiative. I wanted to say health sector reform coalition because of the closeness with which we operate. I think we are always looking for thought partners that we will work very closely with to help transform the health sector towards shaping those conversations around the SWAP principles of one plan, one budget, one report, one conversation, and one voice. And CWIN is definitely one of those partners. I remembered last week, we had a conversation with them. They want to start a new project, but they felt it is important for them to align on what are the direction of travel for this health reform, and for which they want to make sure that they are aligned to it. And from all our conversation, it seems in the states that they will work, they will be an important catalyst in supporting those states to go and imbibe those SWAP principles, and that will help to further strengthen the health sector. I think this spirit that at the beginning of any project, you want to make sure to what extent can you work in partnership and in alignment with the country's reform trajectory. I think is a good indicator to what CWIN stands for, and we urge all other development partners to follow suit, to take learnings from those. Now that I have the space on this stage, Dr. Mrs. Ladidi, we really are waiting for your memoir of your time in civil service. It's not just for the Facebook, but we really want to learn from it and to see how it will help to shape the future generation of public health leaders in the country. With this few notes, I want to say thank you so much, everyone, and we look forward to many more years of CWIN's impact in Nigeria's health system. Thank you.
And together we say a very big amen to all the prayers and heartfelt goodwill messages that have been shared today. Thank you also to SWAP. We appreciate you and every other person who brought goodwill messages. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would like to invite our very next speaker, who is a woman whose work sits at the heart of Nigeria's evolving health landscape. She is one of the strongest voices driving health reform, multi-sectoral coordination, and policy alignment at the highest levels of government. With a distinguished career spanning public health leadership, program development, and strategic governance, she continues to bridge gaps between development and strategic governance, policy, communities, and implementation, ensuring that real change reaches the people who need it most. To speak to us about a very crucial topic, creating a space for a civil society ecosystem in Nigeria, kindly make welcome the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Health, Dr. Salma Ibrahim Anas. Please, can we give a rousing applause as she comes forward? Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Let me start by acknowledging the excellencies. I'm sure Excellency of National State Governor is still online, or his team, they are still online. And I also learned Her Excellency Professor Folake Abdulrazak is on her way coming. So she's also online, I guess, and all those that are online. The chair of this very important organization, I call it the Institute, Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solutions, His Royal Highness, Alhaji Samaila Mera, and also the vice chair, who is my own dear brother. I will not say junior or senior, you are too big now. My own dear brother, Dr. Ado, who is the vice chair of this organization, the board members, trustees, I can see very able, talented men and women as both the trustees, including my sister and friend Aisha, and also Lolama Bogunje. I also acknowledge the Federal Ministry of Health, ably represented by the Director of Nutrition, Dr. Mrs. Bako Oyekbusi. You are most welcome. Your Royal Highness, I acknowledge you. Etsukaru, who is also one of us, he's a pharmacist. And I was in his royal palace, and I saw the amazing work he's doing in that community. So you see, when you put a health worker as head of community, I think we are well accomplished. You don't need to advocate. You are most welcome, Your Royal Highness. And our royal mother that is seated here with us, Hajia Hawa Adamu, who is also very passionate about community activities, enlightenment activities, especially when it comes to the health of women and children. Hajia Hawa is also the chair of all the traditional rulers' wives in the FCT. And they have so much to showcase, especially across the country, so that we have similarly. You are most welcome, Your Royal Highness. I acknowledge each and every one of you that are here, distinguished participants. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here today as we celebrate 5 years of learning, partnership, and impact with CWINS. As the name says, it is win. And truly, for the past 5 years, it has been win, win, win. This milestone is not just about the organization. As others have said, it is a reflection. It is a reflection of what we can do as Nigerians, reflection of our capabilities, talents, towards localization and indigenization of development work, because that will be the beginning of sustainable and resilient change in the country. And this fully aligns with the government vision to realize local content and build a resilient health system. So I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate the work that you are doing. As we witness today, by the glory of Almighty Allah, 5 years of progress, consistency in the development space, the accomplishment, as clearly indicated by my brother, Dr. Adu, he has said it a lot, what you have been achieved, including supply chain. I think this is as a result of his work and hands-on experience. The key bottlenecks, that are barriers to delivery of quality healthcare services. We've had it and I will not repeat, but I highly commend your efforts as an organization because they are truly addressing. And this is not, having worked in all these places, Nigerians will tell you it is a foreign agenda. But this is truly hands-on experience. This is our own agenda, derived from experience of what are the bottlenecks. And I'm glad most of the people gathered here today, from the trustees and the implementers. Sorry, Dr. Mahmoud, I didn't acknowledge you. You have been a field worker. So today you are at the helm of affairs of this, driving the implementation. So we are seeing the impactful work that is happening. My experience in the last 30 years, someone said 20 years, no, it's 30 years plus. Across from the international level to the national level and development work. I have also been a civil society, so I am part of you, and I understand it fully. Working at the national level and state level, up to the local government level, I can comparatively, and then working within the delivery of healthcare services, including delivery in humanitarian crisis situation in Nigeria, which is now prevalent almost across the whole country. One can say that no health system can survive just by government alone. We must have the civil society as partners in progress, working side by side with government. Without the voices, without the energy and accountability that civil society will institutionalize, we cannot realize our objectives, especially our goal of realization of UHC, leaving no one behind. So recognizing the efforts of civil society is enormous. And I can go on and on and on. But one that I must single out, and most of you that have been in this room in the last 20 years, working in the health sector space, you can acknowledge that. The civil society, it was the civil society voices. Chika, you are part of that campaign. It was the civil society voices, the energy, the pressure that led us to even have the National Health Act. Sorry, my president of Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Dr. Zainab, I just saw you. You are welcome. And I also welcome another royal father that just came in. So this is one remarkable progress that came as a result of voices and the energy of civil society in Nigeria, the National Health Act. Today, we are enjoying what we call the basic healthcare funding, which is just 1% of the consolidated revenue allocation for health. We've not even released the 1%. We are still struggling to achieve the 1%, but we can see the enormous impact and the interest it is making. And the next step I want to urge the civil society is not about the additional 1% from the federal. It's about the percentage that should be derived from subnational governance. That will be the next loud voice we need to put on the table. We need to put in the atmosphere so that state governors must allocate at least at least, even if it is 2% of their state government allocation for health. That should be the next voices we want to hear. The second one, in 2012, you all remember, it was the voices of the civil society that led federal government of Nigeria to have a procurement plan, to have a work plan that dedicate resources for the procurement of family planning commodities. That time I was working with UNFPA. My voice was a low behind the scene because they are also government, UN. So we pushed the civil society, we supported civil society, and they made a loud voice. Until today, the government of Nigeria has sustained that efforts of allocation for family planning. We just signed the 5-year plan just before the outgoing administration. I think it is up till 2025 or so. So these are laudable efforts, but they must happen also at the subnational level. It's not enough at the national level, because these are just catalytic funding to demonstrate that it is possible. It will add value. So as I said, I can go on, and I will not continue to do that. So faith-based organizations, civil society play a key role. Youth movements, local CBOs also play a key role in connecting government policies, because what we are good at the national level, especially federal level, is to put the right policies to address issues, and also monitor implementation and ensure effective coordination. And resources are available that will impact on the lives of women, children, and the general population. So civil society translates intent into trust, and trust into action. We have excellent policies, but then implementation, as I said, we must close the gap, working with civil society. And this is exactly what we heard from this morning, all the goodwill messages, what Sea-Winds is already doing. Within 5 years, the impact are so enormous. They've been partners in the ANRIN project, nutrition, which is being coordinated by the Director of Nutrition in the last 5 years. It's a community-based also interventions, and we are glad to see indigenous organizations implementing that at that level. They've been part of capacity building and several others that were mentioned. The engagement of transparency and accountability, and this is a huge thing that civil society brings on board, must occupy the space. They occupy the space as watchdog, because we have seen part of the strength of the civil society is to demand for accountability. And please continue to demand for accountability. Demand for accountability for all resources, not only monetary resources, including work resources, accountability for performance of healthcare providers. What services are they providing? What hours are they working? Who is doing what? And this should be presented as part of data. When I speak with the politicians, I tell them they must institute within their performance indicators, within their communities on health. They should not tell us about construction of primary healthcare facilities or construction of secondary healthcare facility or tertiary institutions in a local government, or they need an orthopedic hospital in a local government. What we want to see in terms of impact are health population outcomes. How many women have delivered successfully without a tear, without hypertension in their communities? How many children have been immunized within their communities? Those are the data we want to see. How many hypertensive cases have been averted? And then what are the referrals? So these are voices also that we want civil society to raise, so that we can have more effective engagement also and contributions of our politicians. So if I may go, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today Nigeria, as we all know, is navigating through a complex situation, a situation of economic crisis, which is getting better, socio-economic and demographic issues, climatic factors as well, but also security challenges have become very prevalent, as I said earlier. So under this administration of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, despite all what challenges I have said we are navigating, we place the health, the well-being, and the health of people, especially the vulnerable people, women, children, adolescents, the elderly people, people with disability. Sorry, I have to be speaking slowly. I'm a champion of disability, so that she can get the explanation to those that are disabled in this room. It has been placed at the center of our national development. And all efforts are ongoing, and you will agree with me, a lot of efforts have been demonstrated at the presidency level by the president as he promised us, through the executive orders that have been passed to create an enabling environment for all actors to be able to thrive and contribute to national development. Because we realize it is a collective responsibility. It is a shared vision and purpose. And all efforts are going on to reposition the health sector for maximum performance. I think the SWAP coordinator has mentioned most of it, towards achieving universal healthcare coverage. And this we are doing in full collaboration with the civil society organization to tell us the truth as it is. We want to see more civil society giving objective, transparent, and constructive criticism with evidence that will guide government. We need to see more and more of that as it is, so that we can do better. Someone just called me yesterday and said, you are doing very well in the health sector. But he now sent information and pictures to me from some of our tertiary institutions. No electricity. Patients' waiting time, even if it is emergency, can take 2 to 3 hours. So we need to have more voices to translate those into action with evidence, because we are on the other side, but our role is also to monitor and to fast-track implementation. These realities demand not only strong government leadership, but an ecosystem where civil society has the space, legitimacy, and support to contribute meaningfully to governance and well-being. Creating such spaces require critical shifts. Though there are several issues we can talk about, but I think I have a few minutes to talk, that will help us come with a good architectural designs and solutions, not just as advocates, but also as implementers. Your proximity to communities provides powerful insights that strengthen policy formulation, delivery of healthcare services, and accountability. Throughout my career in the health sector space, I've seen innovation that emerged from the work of civil society organizations in Nigeria that informed our policy direction in this country. A lot of non-state actors have contributed pockets of it, but also we need to see more advocacy in terms of scaling up what has worked so that we can move on faster using the models that have worked in the country. I must mention that state governments and local governments must be more intentional about their results and about their contributions to the health sector. I'm glad to mention that the efforts of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in revamping and strengthening the missing link, the weakest link in our health systems and in governance system, which is the local government. This is a highly commendable effort that we achieved within the first 2 years. But government cannot make it to work alone. We need collective efforts of civil society to clearly define the roles and responsibilities at the local government and also at the state government, and ensure adequate allocation of resources and follow through to ensure that the resources are not leaked. When citizens' well-being, especially women and girls, are placed at the core of governance, partnership with civil society becomes both natural and necessary. So without saying so much, I want to keep on encouraging civil society to keep mounting a lot of pressure and raising their voices and their work using data to ensure that we achieve, especially in the key areas where we're doing so badly, the health of women, the health of children, the health of adolescents, gender-based violence, issues of nutritional disorders, especially those affecting our under 5. Those are human rights issues, but they are also developmental issues, as well as security issues in Nigeria today. Health is totally linked with security issues in Nigeria today, not just a developmental issue, which is where it's confronting us at the moment. So I'm glad that you are doing this as it coincides with the international human rights. I congratulate CWINS for that thought. Lastly, I must mention that we must invest in trust and also building confidence with constructive criticism, as I said. We must have trust, and I'm glad you're using data to translate data into what Nigerians will fully understand and use, So that is highly encouraging. And we encourage other civil society to also do the same. Use data to share and also be able to have constructive criticism, but also building trust in what we are doing and also what other civil society and development partners are supporting us. These are the heart of the President's Renewed Hope Health agenda. Under this leadership is to build an ecosystem that is all-encompassing, with civil society also at the center stage of it. And this cannot happen until we have a vibrant, organized, and professional civil society. And this is what I've seen in this room today. CWINS is a professional civil society. Because each and every one I have seen, from the leadership, the chair, the vice chair, the board of trustees, the implementers themselves, they are people that have been foot soldiers in the health sector ecosystem. They are first-hand in implementation, so they've seen it all. So we need to have those kind of civil society organizations that are truly genuine and transparent to be able to move the country forward in terms of delivery of healthcare services in Nigeria. I want to appreciate all of you as we mark 5 years. My charge to you and all partners is to continue to do the great work you are doing. You started very well. 5 years with so much to show in terms of impact. We've seen the numbers in the document that you have shared with us. But also to ensure share learning, information sharing, more effective packaging of knowledge and documentation to be able to help and also leverage opportunities that we are yet to tap. And what I want to say also is that do not wait for the space to be invited. Take the space. I always say, if God gives you a small space, use that space effectively to show your impact, because all of us are accountable. And I saw this happening today. They've taken the space. Most civil society need to take the space and do what they are supposed to do. You don't have to wait to be invited to that space to be able to make contributions. So I appreciate you all, and I appreciate the work that you are doing, and I want to congratulate the CWINS team and all partners for championing this vision. Let us continue to build a Nigeria where every actor has a space, the voice, and the responsibility to contribute to better health outcomes. I want to thank you so much for the work you are doing, and I'm proud of you all. Thank you.
Can we please make that applause bigger and louder? We do not take for granted the health champion that has spoken like one. If I were to call this a scorecard, because honestly I'm seeing it from that perspective, CWINS, I expect you to walk with your heads high and your shoulders raised, because the federal government has just patted your back and said, well done. That's an A+. We appreciate your very, very kind words, ma'am, and a truly insightful speech that you have given. I also have coined VOP from what you shared. For CSOs, it's VOP. It's vibrant, it's organized, and it's professional. That's how you know you're doing something right. Once again, we say a big thank you to you, ma'am. And there are just way too many notes, I tell you, that we're taking from that speech. But so I do not extend things like they already are. I will just go on and just appreciate you once again, ma'am, a senior special advisor to the President on Health, Dr. Salma Ibrahim Anas. We say thank you. All right. To take us further into today's program, I would also like to invite someone who I know we're going to be taking a lot of notes from. So please allow me invite for our keynote speaker, who is a seasoned technocrat and a national champion for equity, child survival, and multi-sectoral nutrition reform. She is a member of the National Institute and currently serves as the Director of Nutrition at the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, where her leadership has shaped policy direction, strengthened coordination across MDAs, and advanced evidence-based strategies to address malnutrition in all its forms. to deliver the keynote address titled Nutrition and Equity in a Changing Nigeria. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ladidi Bako, MNI. Please, can we make that bigger and louder? We heard from her during the goodwill message, and we're hearing from her again. It is our absolute delight. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when your mother speaks, what else do you think the child will have to say? Dr. Salma Anas mentored me. Today, you cannot address me without putting MNI, because she gave me the platform to be an MNI. I will always be grateful, ma. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to abide by the protocol that my mentor has established. I'm really excited to be in your midst, not only to celebrate the 5 years of CWINS, gains, learning, advocacy, impact, but to also be delivering the keynote address titled Nutrition and Equity in a Changing Nigeria. Nigeria is indeed changing. Our population is growing. Our region is evolving. Families, markets, schools, the health system are changing. And this shift comes with new challenges. Also, we also have opportunities to advance nutrition, health, and the well-being of all Nigerians equally and equitably. Our royal fathers and mothers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may want to ask, why does nutrition and equity matter now in our dear country? You'll agree with me that Nigeria is a country of immense promise. Nigeria is blessed with fertile lands, vibrant communities, and a youthful population. But unfortunately, the giant of Africa is battling with triple burden of malnutrition. Globally, Nigeria is number 2. And in Africa, just as we are the giant in size, we are also number 1 when we look at the number of malnourished children. Nutrition is not just putting food on the plate. It is the foundation of human capital development, productivity, education, resilience, and long-term national stability. According to the recent Nigeria Demographic Health Survey 2024, 40% of our under 5 are stunted. 8% are wasted. 27% are underweight. A stunted child this year, 2025, in the next 20 years, that is by 2045, that child will have grown to be a stunted adult, a stunted worker, a worker that is not living up to his or her potentials. When we talk about micronutrient deficiency, we call it hidden hunger. A child may have been fed with a bowl of apple or a plate of rice or a plate of ambala and abula, that is the ewedu. But if that child does not have the required micronutrients in the meal, then the immune system of such children will be compromised, and the cognitive edge will be dulled. Urbanization is on the increase, and we are all excited about it. We have movement from the rural to the urban every day. However, what are we seeing in terms of health and well-being? An increase in obesity and non-communicable diseases like hypertension and diabetes. These are driven by cheap, processed, and nutrient-poor foods. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, nutrition is one of the clearest mirrors of equity in any society because it reflects, it shows, it indicates, it points to who has power and who does not have power, who has information and who is kept in the dark, who can access services and who must work for hours to access the essential services, who pay out of pocket, who sells the household items so as to pay for essential health services, or who simply go without access and die before the timely time. You may be wondering that yes, things are changing. With all the infrastructural challenges that we face, should we not put effort? Should we not concentrate? Should we not, put the limited resources in infrastructural developments? Why should we prioritize nutrition? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when we look at economic reality, you will agree with me that nutrition is number one. Presently and globally, the brain capital is the new crude oil. In the 21st century knowledge economy, a nation that wins are not those with most abundant crude oil under the ground. It is the nation with the most synapses firing in the brains of the citizens. Every percentage point drop in stunting can boost our GDP significantly. Conversely, malnutrition costs Nigerian billions of dollars annually and is lost productivity healthcare expenses. If we build roads, if we build bridges, if we do not build the brains to drive the cars or engineer the bridges, we are building a shell of a nation. Nutrition is the infrastructure of the mind, and we need to invest in it. Nutrition is the foundation of equity, and nutrition is not just about food. It is about justice to address geographical and economic inequality. Equity in nutrition means dismantling barriers, poverty, gender inequality, regional disparity, and systemic exclusion. Through the efforts of governments, both at federal and the subnational, Nigeria has made important commitments to nutrition over the last decade. The federal government is currently revising the National Food and Nutrition Policy and also the Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action. These policies are being prioritized by the current government. Currently, nutrition is the heart of the National Development Agenda through the implementation of various strategies, ranging from scaling up of the First 1,000 Days Initiative, which focuses on early initiation of breastfeeding within 1 hour of birth, exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months, not even water. Breast milk contains all the ingredients that the baby needs for the first 6 months of life. Then from 6 months, gradual introduction of the baby to locally available food, the food that the family is eating, the same food to be introduced to the baby. Integration of nutrition education into primary health care services through the antenatal care platform. Other strategies that the government is promoting include making effort to link conditional cash transfer programs to nutritional outcomes, and the money given to the vulnerable household is being translated to better diets. Government is also shifting focus from simple food security to nutrition security under the Agriculture for Nutrition interventions that promote biofortification, such as introduction of vitamin A cassava and orange-fledged sweet potatoes into our plantain value chain, and supporting smallholder farmers, particularly women who grow vegetables and legumes that sustain families. We are also promoting backyard gardening. Even those of us that are in the urban, you can have your garden on your balcony using the sack. Likewise, government is invested in strengthening the regulatory enforcement that empowers agencies to enforce food fortification standards, ensuring that commodities like oil, sugar, and flour in our markets contain the requisite vitamins. However, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, despite this commitment, despite this effort that is being made by government and relevant stakeholders, the burden of malnutrition remains high and deeply unequal. Child malnutrition continues to be a major cause of under-5 mortality in our dear country, Nigeria. Available statistics indicate that in many states, stunting, wasting, and micronutrient deficiencies remain unacceptably high. Implementation of national plan has been challenged by fragmented coordination, underfunding, and weak integration into health and social protection system. But beyond the aggregated numbers, there is an equity story. Children in the rural north, particularly in the northwest and the northeast, are more likely to be stunted, wasted, and out of reach of essential services than children in the south. This is largely because poor households spend a higher share of their income on food and yet consume diets that are less diverse and less nutritious. Girls and women, especially adolescents, pregnant women, and women in low-income households often eat last and they eat less. Likewise, people living with disabilities, those in the slum, slum within the urban areas, and informal settlements, communities that are affected by conflicts or flooding often fall completely outside routine service delivery. So when we say nutrition and equity, we are not speaking in abstract terms. We are talking about that Nigerian child whose future is being silently shaped by what they can or cannot eat, or whether their mothers receive adequate care or not. You may wish to ask, what are those forces? What are those factors that are shaping nutrition landscape in Nigeria? As we are all aware, Nigeria today is not the same Nigeria of 10 years ago. Several forces are reshaping the nutritional landscape, and equity must be at the center of how we respond, individually, collectively. Among the factors are, there are new layers of vulnerability created by economic transition and also realities, such as the reform in fuel and foreign exchange, the rising food prices, and the daily increase in general cost of living. Available statistics indicate that even households that were previously coping are now at risk of sliding into food and nutrition insecurity. This puts pressure on governments and partners to ensure that social protection, school feeding, and safety net are nutrition sensitive and targeted to those who need them most. Another factor that is shaping nutrition landscape is the demographic and urban transition. Nigerian population is young and it is growing on a daily basis. More families live in dense urban and peri-urban settlements where the diets are shifting rapidly towards processed, energy-dense, but micronutrient-poor foods. Urban malnutrition and obesity is one side, and eating hunger on the other side. These are emerging nutrition and equity issues that we need to tackle as a country. Climate change and environmental degradation is also a factor. Climate shocks now threaten food system more directly. We have floods, we have droughts, and unpredictable rainfall patterns disrupt crops, livelihood, and food prices. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the shifts in governance and its architecture within the health sector and other key sectors in our dear country has led to the recent creation and strengthening of structures dedicated to nutrition within the federal entities. As we speak, about 6 federal entities have created nutrition departments. And at the subnational level, about 12 states have done the same. And this is a signal of political commitment to treat nutrition not as an afterthought, but as a core determinant of health and well-being. When we look at data, technology, and local innovations, these also affect nutrition landscape. We are seeing more use of digital tools, geospatial data, electronic line listing, and community-level dashboards to identify zero-dose children, to map service gaps and track commodities. Organizations like CWINS have been working precisely at this intersection of data, immunization, and community advocacy. And we are very glad and we look forward to strengthening the existing partnership. Nutrition should be seen and treated as an equity agenda and not just a health agenda. To talk about nutrition and equity is to expand our imagination beyond health facilities and food baskets. It requires us to ask hard questions, questions that will set us thinking, questions that will set the decision makers to take another look before they take decisions. Questions that will make the political sector to work and reach out for the technocrats' inputs before they take decisions. Questions such as, who decides what food is available and affordable in our markets? Whose interests are we representing when we design interventions like fortification, taxation, or subsidy policies? Who is at the table when we plan large-scale campaigns? And who is consistently missing from the room? Under the related national policies and strategies on food and nutrition, maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, micronutrient deficiency and control, including fortification, Nigeria has already recognized that nutrition requires multi-sectorial, multi-level, and multi-stakeholder response. But to make this response truly equitable, we collectively must do the following. 1, we must prioritize the most vulnerable. We must deliberately invest more where the need is greatest, most especially at those local government areas, those communities with highest burden of wasting and stunting. We must invest in communities with high insecurity, in informal urban settlements, and among groups that are socially or politically marginalized. We must address gender and power imbalances. Women and girls are central to nutrition as caregivers, producers, processors, and traders. Yet, they are often not in control over resources, time, and decision-making. Equity in a changing Nigeria requires us to empower women economically, protect their rights, and give them a voice in the community and in the policy space. We also need to ensure that we protect the nutritional environment, from the marketing of breast milk substitute to the composition of ultra-processed foods. The regulatory environment shapes what families eat. So, strengthening enforcement of relevant codes, regulations, and fortification standard is not just a technical exercise. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is an equity imperative that we all force. Embedding nutrition in social protection and education using initiatives such as cash transfer, school feeding, and skill programs should be explicitly nutrition sensitive. Children cannot learn on empty stomachs. Pregnant adolescents cannot carry healthy pregnancy if they are themselves malnourished. Within the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, under the leadership of our dear Coordinating Minister for Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate CON, strengthening the nutrition department is part of a broader effort to enhance the coordination of multi-sectoral health sector nutrition action, to align with various national programs of His Excellency, Mr. President, where nutrition is recognized as a key pillar in human capital development, to work closely with states and local governments to translate national strategies into implementable, fundable, and monitored programs. At the national level, Nigeria has also witnessed stronger leadership on issues such as food fortification and reformulation to address micronutrient, breastfeeding promotion, and enforcement of the Code of Marketing of Breast Milk Substitute, integration of nutrition into immunization at the primary healthcare facilities. This is due to recognition that an unimmunized child is often the same child who is under malnourished, out of school, or living in an extreme poverty situation. However, governments cannot act alone. This is where organizations like CWINS come in. The CWINS, founded on a simple but profound conviction that everyone should have access to quality health, safe food, and adequate nutrition across life's transition. In just 5 years, CWINS has shown what it means to move from policy to practice through various initiatives, such as the training of nutrition officers and support of implementation of nutrition policies, thereby creating a practice and learning ecosystem where communities are not just beneficiaries, but co-creators, where evidence is not just written in reports, but used for informed, real-time decision-making, where local voices from market women to the Emirates councils are amplified in national discourse. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our royal fathers and our royal mother, looking back, I stand before you today to attest to the fact that across our shared work, several lessons stand out for us. 1, equity must be deliberate. If we do not plan for the most vulnerable, they will be left behind. Community engagement is non-negotiable. We have realized that solutions designed without communities rarely succeed. Data is our compass. We now are better knowledgeable on the fact that equity in nutrition cannot be achieved without understanding who is excluded and why the exclusion. Collaboration is our greatest strength because we cannot do it alone. It is a fact that not a single agency, not a single ministry, not a single sector can solve malnutrition alone. We can only tackle it multi-sectorially. And adaptability drives progress. Just as Nigeria is changing economically, socially, and environmentally, our interventions must adapt accordingly. So, our royal fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, and standing in for my coordinating Minister for Health and Social Welfare, Professor Muhammad Ali Pate CON, I commend the CWINS team for this contribution that has been made to Nigerians' nutrition and health space, and for anchoring in 5th year celebration on not just us coming to wine and dine, but to reflect, to learn, and to strengthen our partnership. As we celebrate, we must also look ahead with purpose because we have not reached the promised land. I would like to propose a few practical pathways for advancing nutrition and equity in a changing Nigeria where governments, CWINS, development and implementing partners, communities, and household, the beneficiaries, can work more closely together. Relevant government structures should be committed to the following. 1, deepening multi-level governance and financing for nutrition. We should go beyond plans on paper to strengthen state and LGA level nutrition coordination platforms. We should integrate nutrition into annual budgets of health, agriculture, education, social protection ministry, to mention a few. We should track nutrition financing, track the appropriation, the release, the utilization. We should also ensure that actually what is released and spent on pro-poor and equity-focused program is as planned. Here is where the civil society organizations like CWINS can support budget analysis, accountability dialogues, and citizen monitoring, ensuring that resources truly reach the communities that need it the most. We should put primary health care and community system at the center of equity. The primary health care facility and its surrounding community structures are the front line for delivering equitable nutrition services. Government is committed to ensuring that every primary health care offers a minimum package of nutrition services, which include growth monitoring, models that reinforce climate and nutrition actions rather than operate in silos. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, governments must harness data, digital tools, and learning for equity so that no one is left behind. We must first know who is being left behind. This requires disaggregated data by geography, gender, wealth, displacement status, disability, and age. Governments will elevate the voices of the communities, especially our women and youths. Equity requires the voice of women and traders, smallholder farmers, adolescent girls, and young parents to be heard in the design and evaluation of nutrition programs. CWINS work with religious and traditional leaders around immunization and nutrition is a strong foundation that we as government have committed to build on nationally. distinguished guests, as we celebrate 5 years of CWINS, this anniversary is also an invitation and a challenge to every one of us. Let us leave this gathering with renewed determination to stay faithful to equity, always asking at every forum, who is not at the table? Whose child is not in the data? Whose community have we not yet reached? Let us protect collectively and prioritize nutrition in all policies, from agriculture and trade to education and climate actions. Let us invest in partnerships. Government cannot do it alone. Partnership that combine government leadership, civil society innovation, private sector capacity, and community wisdom. Together, let us turn 5 years of learning into 10 years of scaled impact using evidence generated by organizations like CWINS to inform state and national decisions. Let us come together and jointly tell a new Nigerian nutrition story in which a child's nutritional status is no longer determined by the local government or the community they are born into. It's no longer determined by their mother's or father's income, or whether they live in the city or in a remote settlement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as Nigeria changes, let's ensure it becomes more equal and more nourished, not more deprived. Nutrition gives us a powerful entry point to do this better. When we secure collectively good nutrition for women, children, and families, we are not only improving health indicators, we are investing in education. We are investing in productivity, social cohesion, and national stability. To the CWINS family, I say a big congratulations. Thank you so much for the partnership that we have experienced this past 5 years. May the next 5 years be marked by deeper partnerships, stronger evidence, and even greater reach for those communities and households that are currently left behind. To all of us here, let this anniversary not end as a beautiful event, but as a turning point where we resolve together that no Nigerian child will be denied the chance to reach their full potentials because of where they were born or what their family can afford to eat. As the director and head of Nutrition Department of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, I wish to reaffirm our commitment to work closely with CWINS team and all partners represented here to advance this shared agenda. Together, let us ensure that every child, regardless of the background, regardless of the family economic status, has access to proper nutrition. Let us empower every woman and adolescent, girl, male, with the knowledge, autonomy, and support to make healthy decisions. And let us strengthen systems so that equity is not a slogan, but a lived reality in our dear country. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless every one of us, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Wow, that was firing on all 6 cylinders, if you ask me. Can we make that applause bigger and louder? That was truly insightful. Such a powerful keynote address. Your insights, ma'am, have enriched today's conversations and reminded us of the critical role nutrition plays in shaping equity and national development. It's at keynote speeches like this that you hear and learn there's something called hidden hunger. For a second, I was thinking to myself, hidden hunger, what? But then again, she buttressed what it meant, lack of required micronutrients. And there's so many points that she shared. She also spoke about how we must make nutrition an equity agenda and not just a health agenda. And I do love how she tactfully wrapped up that keynote address with solutions on how we should move forward. We sincerely appreciate you, ma'am, Dr. Ladidi Bako. Please, a round of applause once again for her. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I would want to see if we're on the same page by reminding us and just checking with us the refrain I shared earlier. So I will not remind you on your part. I'll just go on and say mine and expect you to re-echo your part. So 5 years of impact. We are what? Only getting started. Can we try again? 5 years of impact. We're only getting started. And for the last time, 5 years of impact. That's indeed right, because we are only getting started. Right before I invite you to channel your attention to the screens, I would like to just recognize a few guests who joined us during the course of that keynote address. The Executive Secretary of the Country Coordinating Mechanism for the Global Fund in Nigeria, Mr. Tajuddin Ibrahim, represented by the Ethics Officer. Please, a round of applause and a wave. Thank you for joining us. I'd also like to recognize the Executive Secretary, FCT Primary Health Care representing the FCT Mandate Secretary on Health and Environment Services Secretariat, Dr. Rukaiya Wamako. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. I would also go on and recognize Special Advisor on National Economic Council and Climate Change, National World Human Capital Development Program in Nigeria, Rukaiya El Rufai. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. African Director Options, Dr. Ufoma. Thank you for joining us. And I would like to recognize Country Director, Pathfinder, Dr. Amina Dorai. Thank you for joining us. And DGI, from DGI, Dr. Gafar Alawole. Please, a round of applause. May I also recognize guests from Aliko Dangote Foundation. We have representatives. Just a wave will do, so we know the latecomers. Okay, that's just a side joke. Would also like to recognize from M1, that's Medical Women Association of Nigeria. A wave will do. Yes, and from National Advocates. I would also like to recognize retired NPI and NPHCDA. Thank you for joining us. And from ARFH, that's AF. Okay, we see you. Thank you so much for joining us. From the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, we say thank you for joining us. And we will continue to recognize guests as they join us. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, please direct your attention to the screens for CWI's 5-year story documentary. We're moving from talking to watching the impact. Over to you, multimedia.
Five years ago, a vision was born to nurture futures, transform communities, and bring hope through health, nutrition, and well-being. That vision became CWINS, the Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solutions. This is our story. CWINS is a registered nonprofit in Nigeria, globally recognized for its professionalism and impact. Our motto is nurturing futures, winning with well-being and nutrition. Our mission is clear: to use data, evidence, and innovation to design solutions that improve lives, ensuring that no mother, no child, and no community is left behind. Our vision and strategic goals is becoming the leading independent policy research and implementation organization in Nigeria focused on improving human development outcomes in the next 5 to 10 years.
When we conceived the idea of CWINS, which is Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solution, it was to bring about a consultancy entity that is different from others. We are determined to build an organization that will stand the test of time. Our aim really was to deliver strong community-centered services, shape practical and then responsive policies, as well as strengthen systems that support health and nutrition needs of communities, families, and individuals. Our goal really was to become a leading institution in our field within 5 to 10 years. I believe that so far, we've not only met this aspiration, but we are progressing beyond it. And I'm very happy that we've made huge achievements in that regard.
Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solutions, simply called CWINS, was registered in January 2019, and we commenced operations sometime in June 2019, the same year. What we do basically in CWINS, we're a not-for-profit organization, and we are committed to shaping policies and bringing them out so that we can actually maximize impact in our citizens around health, around nutrition, especially integrated nutrition solutions, not the vertical nutrition programs that we have.
Very impressive journey, because we started young about 5 years ago, and considering where we are today, it's been quite a journey. And it's an opportunity for me to be a board member in CWIN and also to be on MR project. Something I love doing in my life is mentoring. I'd like to leave a legacy behind me. So coming to CWIN, not just as a board member, coming out on the MR projects, an opportunity for me to observe the young generation after me and make sure we leave an impact on what we want, not just for the health field, for the country at large.
In Kano and Katsina, CWINS partnered in the World Bank-funded Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria ANRIN project. The aim? To prevent malnutrition during the critical first 1,000 days of life and to link families to essential healthcare and immunization services.
Project in ANRIN ya taimakawa yara sosai, saboda a lokacin da muka zo muka fara aiki akwai gidan da zaka je zaka ga yaro yana da malnutrition, cutar tamowa kenan. To zuwa wannan maganin namu da micronutrient powder, muna ba wa yara micronutrient powder, za mu nuna mahaifiyarsa da yadda za ki amfani da shi. Za ki ringa sa mishi a cikin abinci, za ki ringa ba shi har na tsawon kwana wannan 15 ɗin da muke ba su. To alhamdulillah, bayan gama ANRIN kuma da muka koma, mun je mun gano yaran alhamdulillah lafiya ta samu.
Over 7 million women and children reached with nutritional counseling, supplements like vitamin A and iron, malaria prevention, and deworming. Communities gained knowledge, malnourished children were referred to treatment centers, and frontline workers were trained to sustain impact. To build sustainability, CWINS pioneers an innovative approach integrating poultry rearing into nutrition programs for pregnant women. The aim? To improve household protein intake and empower mothers with income-generating assets. Over 600 pregnant women received poultry, feed, and vaccines. Families consumed more eggs, earned income, and invested in their children's education. With over 70% bird retention, this project demonstrated that nutrition and livelihood can go hand in hand. In Bauchi State, Seawinds joined the USAID Integrated Health Program to extend health insurance to informal workers, market women, artisans, and transport workers. The aim? To protect low-income families from catastrophic health costs and bring them closer to primary health care. Partnering with associations like NURTW and market unions, we enrolled over 180 informal workers, reached 40 associations, and increased insurance uptake by 35% in just 40 days. In Katsina, we harnessed digital technology through the ComCare Connect Child Health campaign with Dimagi. The aim? To bring essential child health services, vitamin A, deworming, malnutrition screening to the doorstep of every family while collecting real-time data.
The Seawinds team brings a great deal of unique skill sets, such as great experience in the public health sector through Dr. Mahmood and Dr. Ado, who are public health veterans in the country. But along with that, they also bring a young team of people who are eager to learn technology, who are eager to implement it for the betterment of health in Nigeria.
Seawinds is a certified ComCare provider under DMAGI to provide services that has to do with a digital data collection tool. This tool that was used for this data collection, it has a verification mechanism inbuilt that has solved the major problem in terms of data collection. It has the capacity of tracking service delivery and restricting frontline workers to whichever area they are designated to work using the polygon and shape files technology. This project has impacted lives in the community, and also it has added to the national data we have in the national database, that is the DHIS2.
Seawinds is also leading advocacy for Nigeria's first ever measles rubella vaccine introduction. The aim? To secure political commitment, mobilize communities, and sustain high vaccination coverage nationwide. Working with NPHCDA and ACSM partners and collaboration with Nigeria's Governors Spouses Forum, Health Sector Reform Coalition, NOA, and BON, Seawinds has organized town halls, trained media influencers, and engaged state governments across 36 states and the FCT. The goal? Ensure more than 95% of children are protected against measles and rubella.
Alhamdulillah, Nana ya samu vitamin A. Gaskiya ba abin da zan ce wa Allah sai godiya. Ba shi da wata cututtuka, duk cututtukan nan da sun laulaye nan da yara suke yanzu ba shi da shi gaskiya. Lafiya lau, haƙora ma sun fito mishi ba kashi ba zazzabi ba komai.
Kajin sun bani kuɗi da abinci, kuma sannan zan iya tura yarinya ta ma makaranta.
Sun Seawinds sun shigo mun samu collaboration da su, wanda su ma suna ansar data akai-akai kuma suna guiding yadda abubuwan da ya kamata ni. Kila supporting supervision ne, suna ganin yadda muke aikin kuma suna supporting mu, kuma sun ce aikin yana da kyau kuma suna samun abin da ya kamata gare mu. To komai sun kalli data mu kuma sun je wanda suka je training cikin mu nan wurin, kuma alhamdulillah kuma sun ga abubuwan da ake, kuma sun biyo kuma sun ga abin da muka yi haka ne, kuma sun ga lafiya.
The Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solution gave us a voice. As a social media influencer, I used to create random content. But since my collaboration with the Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solution, it has helped shape my thoughts. It has helped me create content that add value to the society, content on health solutions and information using my social media platform.
We would like to concentrate and consolidate more on gathering data and insights in a contextualized manner, so that we're able to actually place this information in academic institutions so that that knowledge is not lost and is kept forever. Furthermore, I think looking ahead in the way we operate and do our things, yes, there will be a little shift. We want to give these young people the opportunity of being risk owners. So they take on a project, they deliver it end to end.
I will want to use this opportunity to appreciate friends, associates, stakeholders that have contributed to this journey. I would like to begin by appreciating members of our Board of Trustees who have played a key role in advancing our shared vision. Our chairman, His Royal Highness Engineer Alhaji Ismaila Mera, the Emir of Agungu, CON, has been a dedicated health advocate and a very responsive and respected one for that matter. Dr. Mahmood, who helped in terms of supporting me with this idea and carried it to commitment, I also want to appreciate him. I also want to appreciate our colleague, senior colleague, and big sister, Dr. Laura Mabogunje, a seasoned health advocate and strong voice for child and maternal health. Dr. Anne Okibo of the World Bank fame, we want to appreciate you for all the support. Dr. Aisha Waziri Ibrahim, a legal practitioner who is also on the board, I thank you very much for all the support you've been providing for the board. My very good friend, Dr. David Kigbe, a medical doctor, accomplished academic, and secretary of the board, we are very pleased with your contribution. Mr. Awal Rafsanjani, officer of the Order of His Nature, for his support and valuable contribution. I will also like to sincerely acknowledge our partners, donors, colleagues, friends, especially the staff of CWINS, for the hard work, commitment, sacrifice in the last 5 years. Our human capital has grown significantly over the last 5 years, reflecting the scale of work we do. My appreciation will be incomplete without appreciating a friend, colleague, a global leader, a respected global health advocate, Professor Mohammed Ali Pati, CON, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, for his continued support in advancing the health and well-being of Nigerians. I also want to appreciate my friend, Dr. Muyi Aina of the National Primary Care Development Agency for the support too, to CWINS. My appreciation goes also to all the staff of MPCD as well as the staff of the Federal Ministry of Health for the partnership, for the support, and for the collaboration. Thank you very much.
CWINS at 5, a journey of hope, a story of transformation, a promise of impact. Together, let's keep nurturing futures.
At this point, I'm tempted to ask CWINS, why are you bragging? Because it takes somebody who has done a good job to put it out there. Please, again, can we give them a resounding applause? And I love how they have captured a lot of data, and that's something that the SSA spoke about, as well as our keynote speaker. We see the numbers, we see the work that we're doing, and I'm sure our guests here are very proud and delighted. May I, at this juncture, recognize a very, very distinguished guest representing the Emir of Argungu and CWINS chairman. He joined us. He's the Turakin Kebi, Nura Kaingiwa. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much for joining us, sir, and for representing CWINS chairman. Okay, I would also like to invite, for a very important aspect of today's program, we will be hearing about the vision for CWINS over the next 5 years. So what we've done is look at, just reflect back on the previous 5 years. We'll be looking at what's going to happen in the next 5 years, including the launch of CWINS TV and the annual roundtable. And to guide us through this session is one we have just watched and heard from. He is the head of missions CWINS, Dr. Mahmood Mustafa. Please, can we put our hands together for him as he comes forward? Can we make that bigger and louder? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, Royal Fathers, I know one has just left. The first one came actually very early this morning and was with us. But because we couldn't start early, I had to leave for other engagements. We thank you for your patience. Revered clerics that have turned up, distinguished partners, esteemed colleagues and friends, our members of press, and our beloved caregivers. Now, after seeing our 5-year story on screen, I think the message is very clear. Sea Winds has moved from an idea to becoming an institution. We have grown through practice, through learning, and through trust that many of you in this room placed in us. But today is not just a celebration of where we have come from. It is a commitment to where we are going. And this actually was captured very well by the keynote speaker and the SSA on health to Mr. President. As we step into the next 5 years, and I'm sure you can see the screen on the board, we are shifting from early growth to strategic consolidation and scale by expanding our reach and also elevating local insights. You've heard since morning everything about evidence, everything about data. Yes, we want to be data-driven. Our focus is very clear. It's not to build something for show, but it's to build systems that will endure. It's to deepen our community impact. It is also to strengthen the evidence and that shapes health and nutrition outcomes across Nigeria. That's what we intend to do. And I think I must commend the young Nigerians that have come on board to join me on this team. I know there is a wide gulf in terms of age between me and them. But sorry, please, I will apologize to you all. You're doing very well. And I like the energy in you and the commitment in you. Our pathway forward is to build a very long-term sustainability pathway that strengthens our capacity to respond and to stand in the gap between our partners and the communities that we serve. You need to show the next slide, please. And we have chosen 3 strategic directions to move on. One direction is the evidence, the insights, and the interventions that we want to undertake. And we will strengthen Sea Winds as a national hub for operational research and data insights, as a national hub for learning from real implementation and not theory, and as a national hub for designing and delivering interventions that are grounded in evidence and measurable results. Our goal is very simple. Our goal, just have better data, smarter programs, and stronger outcomes. And once we get that, I think we're good to go. The second area of our work, which we have chosen, is to have that national presence and contribute to capacity building. And what this means is that it will demand wider reach and deeper partnerships with all of you that are in this hall. We want to expand our footprint across all the states and communities. And we don't want to do it alone. It's with you that we would like to do that. We want to support organizations with technical assistance, tools, and also catalytic resources that will help them to achieve the results. And I think Dr. Salma did mention about creating that ecosystem. Yes, we want to build that coordinated civil society ecosystem for health and nutrition, where we keep talking to each other regularly. I think it's one of those programs that we've actually put forward, and you'll see it very shortly. The essence here is that we want to build that bridge that connects partners, government, and communities together. And Dr. Ado has mentioned that. Several speakers have attested to that. And that's what we intend to do. For practical solutions, so that it's the solutions that we got when we co-create these designs with the communities that is implemented. The third strategic direction we have mapped for ourselves is to be more visible. But visible not in the sense of showcasing ourselves or anything now. We want to be more visible in terms of public health information and the power of storytelling. Because you've seen the documentary. I'm sure it convinced you more than ever before than just reeling out data. And that's what the space has become. So this time around, we want to shift to that. If there is any big lesson I have personally learned in the last 5 years, is that good work is not enough. Good work is never enough. Communities need trusted information. Policymakers, they need context to be able to act. Partners need clear stories that reflect real people and real change. And this is why the visibility we envisage is a visibility as a strategic priority, not for show, but for impact. So that takes me to inform you all that we are excited to introduce CWINS TV, a digital health media platform that is going to be hosted on YouTube. Our vision is very simple. We want to make reliable, practical, community-driven health information accessible to every home, from rural settlements to busy cities, from corporate corridors to village squares. So through CWINS, what we will do is that we will translate the field insights into relatable public education. We will elevate community voices. We will highlight evidence and lessons from partners, and we will also strengthen national understanding of key health and nutrition issues. So it is not just about content. It is going to be a platform for collective engagement, because public health belongs to all of us. It doesn't belong to only CWINS. Every one of you in this room, public health belongs to you also. Next slide. So what we're going to do is that I think there is a trailer so that you get a little glimpse of what that's. Can you play it, please? Is it playing?
Across Nigeria, every voice matters. From corporate corridors to public streets, from rural communities to bustling urban centers.
That's just a clip from the trailer.
We share, we connect. At CWINS, we bring you the health insights that shape lives, because your wellness is our well-being.
The second thing we want to also introduce, we are launching the CWINS annual round table, which will be a space for practitioners, policymakers, researchers, funders, and community actors to reflect on trends, share lessons that they have learned in the course of implementation of their projects, and shape practical solutions for all of us. So this roundtable will become our yearly pause and learn moment and a way of ensuring that Nigeria's health and nutrition community stays connected all the time and connected in a forward-looking manner. So as we enter this next phase of 5 years, what we have learned is that CWINS does not move alone. And this is attested to the fact of all of you that are here today. We don't move alone. Every milestone of the last 5 years was built through your support, your guidance, and your trust. The next 5 years will demand even more. And it will demand more collaboration. It will demand more collaboration. All the people in the front seat, it will demand more collaboration. It will demand more innovation. All of you partners are acting in various fields. Please, let's have these more innovations come to the fore. It will demand more commitment to the communities that we all serve. So, we are ready. CWINS is ready, and we stand ready. But we are ready with stronger systems, better tools, better insights that we get from you and guidance, and a very clear roadmap for impact. Let me close this speech by saying, Henry Ford once said that coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. But I want to take it a little bit better and stronger. When we highlight all the benefits of our partnerships together that we have built and the collaboration that we have built for collective endurance, I think the African saying and belief that if you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together, best describes the moment that we're in. And that is exactly what we want to do. We have chosen to go together. We have chosen to go together with everybody. We have chosen to go together so that all these issues around inequities are addressed and purposefully. So together we have begun, together we have started to grow, and together we will make Nigerians healthier and well-nourished. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to the head of mission, CWINS, Dr. Mohammed Mustafa. Can we please appreciate him once again? I love that he said, good work is not enough. Communities need people that they can trust, and partners need clear and real stories. Thank you so much for clearly sharing with us what the next 5 years of CWINS will look like. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite for appreciation of partners, but right before I do so, may I recognize one who just walked in the course of that presentation from the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President, Women's Health. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Women's Health, Honorable Dr. Adana Steinaker. It's so good to have you join us, ma'am. Thank you. All right. So yes, to the partners' appreciation, CWINS has made it this far thanks to the support received from partners and sponsors, and that's something that has been repeated again and again through the course of this program. And so we will take a moment to recognize and appreciate them. And to lead this appreciation, may I invite a board member, CWINS, Dr. Nihilola Mabogunje. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes forward. Thank you. And as she comes forward, I would also like to recognize participants from Gates Foundation, or representatives from Gates Foundation. A wave will do. Can we see you? Just wave. Thank you for joining us. All right. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I think this is a bit high for me. I need to lower it. I'm a short woman. So I'm just going to say thank you. And that's the easiest work that I will be able to do. Thank you. In case I miss your name, it is not out of not appreciating you. It's part of aging, so I always accept that. And Mahmoud knows because I forget a lot. Ndidi, please come near in case I forget. It's all partnership. I'm the only one allowed to do that. So you can notice another support. I start from the government. In the ecosystem, my sister, Dr. Salma, said we need to work with the ecosystem of the government. And in our appreciation, we want to say thank you to the federal government at the nation level. FMOH for giving us an enabling environment with MPACDA. NAFDAC, that has been a regular friend of ours, and we are partnering very closely with her. The DG of NAFDAC is a woman after my heart. We have NCDA, the insurance too. We partnered with them. You see, you are saying it fast now. Federal Ministry of Education, we are supposed to engage them. Zainab, thank you for going on this journey with us. Can you raise your hand? Zainab, we appreciate you. Always at our meeting. And your minister is wonderful. Tell him thank you on the behalf of Seawinds. Information gave us a space, gave us NOA, and I hope the partnership will continue, not just for today. Women Affairs, we cannot do without us. We're grateful to you. Budget and planning, every one of us should be grateful to budget and planning, particularly the DG, who made sure he reinvested the fund, and the economic planning released money for immunization. And of course, the SWAP office. So I took my time to list them. These have contributed immensely to all those projects we mentioned. And at the state level, you mentioned those ones. Oh yeah, state level.
At the states, we want to acknowledge the state ministries of health. They've been very supportive, especially in our project states. We also acknowledge the state primary ESCs of the state primary health care development agencies, especially in our measles rubella vaccine introduction advocacy. They played a very important role to the impactful results that we've seen so far in the campaign. And also, Mama, who did you write?
Mama Project, okay. And the Hope Project I wrote.
Mama Project
and the Hope Project.
Mama writes like a medical doctor, that's why.
So in our midst, to show the support of SPACDA, I'd like to personally acknowledge Dr. Wamako. I know you are somewhere. I thank you for being you. FCT is a very difficult terrain, but we try in FCT to wade through. So those are the government. It's the government, first of all, And also with the government, I would especially want to acknowledge the advisors to the president. My sister Salma, I just took my phone and called her that she needed to be here. Dr. Salma, you have my back at every time. I do appreciate you. And funny enough, I have somebody very close to my heart, Rukeya. I'm permitted to call her name, the special advisor. My best regards to my friend, your dad. Thank you very much for being here. And we now go to the non-state actors. You start listing now.
The non-state actors, we
want
to acknowledge the Nigerian Governors Forum, the chairperson of the Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum, the Gates Foundation, UNICEF, WHO, World Bank, Health Sector Reform Coalition, WOWICAN, ISMPH, Form 1, GBUIS, PPFN, NCWS, M1, FCT Sustainability Development Coalition, Chestrad Global, Dimagi, and the Black Frog team.
We would also acknowledge Pathfinder. We've gone on many advocacy trips together. Seawind did not come alone on this journey. Every one of us in this room, M1, all of us together contributed to what we have today. So we are really grateful to every one of us for the support. And as we continue on the journey of Seawinds, may our shadow never become less, and may we continue to grow in friendship. So any other thing I've forgotten? Oh, she's reminded me. I said that's why it's always good to have people like her. The measles rubella could not have been achieved without the support of those who were in the zones. I think I have Dr. Vasa here. He made sure he got the governors to speak to measles rubella. Dr. Vasa, I thank you personally very much. He was the last ES of FCT. And there's someone in this room. She happens to be a daughter also to many of us. Her mom is a remarkable woman in the field of immunization. And I keep telling her, nothing short of what she did would you do. Temitope, thank you very much for what you are doing in the Southwest. That is Dr. Awoshika's daughter. We appreciate you. And as we appreciate you today, we remember the foundation your mom has laid behind. So thank you. And to the others, Dr. Ghana, Dr. Kabir, Dr. Neka, remind the name, Reverend Fa, Dr. Vasa himself, not this one is Vasa, the other one is Dr. Eugene Ivase. And you can notice, Jamila, good that you are here. So you notice I brought Ndidi to show you that it's all about partnership. I couldn't have done this list on my own. The staffs. Can you stand up to be recognized? Every Seawind staff in this room. Who did this? Seawind staff. Seawind staff. Call them now. Did you call them?
Anu Rotimi.
No, call the Seawind staff. You can't list their name. You forget one person now.
If you know you are a Seawind staff, please stand up for recognition.
Please kindly do so. Seawind staff.
They are there. Some of them are outside making sure that the event goes well. They're all there at the door. Can you guys come in a little?
Please come in a bit so that we can say thank you to you. Please come in. Don't let's waste people's time. Please. Seawind staff.
I didn't know they are shy. I didn't know I have shy colleagues.
Come in. Every Seawind staff. Let's go down and join them. No, can they? Okay. I thank you all. They are the backbone of Seawind, and who are supported by Global Gates Foundation. Dr. Terry, you don't want to be recognized, but I'll call your name. So we are grateful to you, and can you give them a round of applause? Where is Dr. Mahmoud? He didn't come up. Mahmoud, you are not behaving like Dr. Ado. You are not yet chairman. How dare you? So, Anu.
All right, can we please move toward the left so that we can maximize the stage? Thank you. On a straight line, please. Okay, so, Mommy, please stay in the middle.
Dr. Ado, where is he? Please, can you join us here? Which we do now? No, give me trouble too much. Okay.
Okay, can you take a step forward? The entire team, can you take a step forward? They're good. Okay.
I present to the team of Seawind and the board of trustees. Rifta Jani, you refuse to come. You are hiding yourself. Okay, because he was hiding. Aisha has left. So, please, can we give a round of applause to these people? We are grateful. We couldn't have gone this far without you. I'm personally grateful. They are the ones that make me leave my house on daily basis to come and be with them. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being you. And thank you for driving some. And they will be the next generation of CWIN. When we are going quiet, you will be coming up. So we thank you very much. I'm grateful for it. Thank you.
That's so beautiful. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Nihilola. And the CWINS team, I'll just encourage you to stay by the corner because Mommy has already set the tone. We're about to have a photo session just before tea break. So may I kindly and respectfully invite our dignitaries, your excellencies, kindly step forward, just downstage here. We'll have you and the CWINS team. So CWINS team, please don't go too far. We'll begin with our dignitaries. All our guests on the first row, may I kindly and respectfully ask that you come forward for a photo session. Yes, please. Our photographers, please take your positions. And then tea break is right away. As you step out for tea break, please take note of your seatmates. Yes, please. Can you face the hall while you back the stage? Yes. Our photographers, kindly let us know how you want this to be done so we capture everybody's face. So take a note of who your seatmate is before stepping out because we'll be back for panel sessions that are really, really going to be insightful. So don't leave. Even though we've had the appreciation now, we still have 3 very insightful panel sessions to come your way. All right, so our dignitaries are taking their position. So photographers, should they say downstage or upstage? Upstage. Okay, may I kindly request that our dignitaries just take a step up. There are stairs by the side, by the left and the right. Can we please climb up stage? The TVs are obstructing the view, so I guess that's why they want it that way. So can we make do with downstage if they move forward? Okay. Okay. Please, can we make a little adjustment? I can see our head of mission trying to fit in somewhere. Let's just spread out a little bit. Thank you. Right after, CWINS team, please, after this session, you just join our guests. So they can climb up stage. Yes, so CWINS team, kindly mount the stage. CWINS team outside. Hold on. Just stay by the edge. CWINS team outside, kindly come inside, mount the stage. You can mount the stage now. Our dignitaries, can you please remain standing where you are? Kindly remain standing where you are. So the CWINS team will just stand behind. Please, can we make this snappy? CWINS team, right behind our dignitaries, join in the photo. Do we have the entire team there? I don't see Mommy. All right, thank you so much to our dignitaries. Our dignitaries, may I invite you to tea break? No. All right, so our special guests, can you please take the exit on my left-hand side? Tea break is set for you. Our dignitaries, our special guests, very special guests, please take the door on my left-hand side. And then for our other distinguished guests, you may use the exit at the end right behind you. Tea break is going to last about 20 minutes and our time starts now. Please, We're expected to return to the hall by 2 p.m. prompt. So please let's make this snappy and return for a very robust session.
There's the night, so hard to find. Moonlight and soul, keep me warm tonight. Your memories dancing in the fading light. Slow groove, slow love. Our hearts collide. In the silence, I still feel you inside. Streetlights glowing, shadows fall. I trace your name across the wall. Every rhythm pulls me near. Every note reminds me you're here. Even if the night turns cold, I still hear our song unfold. You and me in dreams we flow, where the smooth R&B still glows. Moonlight and soul, keep me warm tonight. Yeah. Your memories dancing in the fading light. Soft soul, our hearts collide. I still feel you here by my side. Slow time in this groove, you're still mine. Moonlight fades, but the soul remains. Love still hums through sweet refrain. Soft light on the table, coffee's warm and slow. Rhythms in my headphones, steady as I go. City fades to whispers, thoughts begin to bloom. Peace inside the silence, music fills the room. Slow, flow, so let the moment stay. Keep my mind at ease while the world's away. Working through the night, feeling calm and free. Smooth groove moving gently inside of me. Raindrops on the window, pages turn in time. Words begin to wander, melodies align. Every note reminds me I'm right where I belong. Focus feels like heaven when the groove is strong.
all I like to say to Siemens is thank you, because Siemens has really changed my life. I was a young graduate and I just finished serving, and I was confused. I wanted to go into content creation, but I did not know how to fuse the knowledge I have from my studies and content creation with also the skills I have. So along came Siemens, and it taught me how to fuse my skills of poetry, content creation, my knowledge from microbiology, and Siemens has taught me how to step out of my comfort zone. I'm a person who used to procrastinate a lot. I would say I would do something, but I'll postpone, and then I might never do it. But Siemens gave me a chance to fight procrastination, and it made me make something out of myself, something I am very proud of today. So all I would like to say is thank you to Siemens.
Hello everyone, come with me to the Primary Health Care Center to find out about the MR vaccine.
Sunana Binta Yusuf Buhari, ni ne in charge na wannan asibitin Primary Health Care.
Sunana Haishiya Umar, ni ne 2IC. Ni ce mai suna Asabe Hassan, RI provider.
Sunana Jamila Yusuf.
Sunana Umma Shehu. Wannan Mrs. Robella vaccine ba ta da illa, ba wai ba ko vaccine bane. Duk yaron da na haifa ina mishi wannan vaccine na measles, ba wani amsan ko naira da za a rika yinka, ko magani ce ingantacciya. Don Allah ina ma mai ba da shawara, idan har ka san ka haihu kai kokari ka kawo yaron a zo a yi mishi wannan rigakafi na Mrs. Robella ba yi da illa.
Wannan allura tana da muhimmanci sosai, saboda haka iyaye su daure su dage su ba da 'ya'yansu, sannan ba kuɗi za mu kashe mu biya ba.
Ya kamata iyaye su daure su kawo yaransu a yi musu wannan immunization ɗin don kariya daga wannan cutar Mrs. Robella. Duk yaron da ya kai 9 da aihuwa a kawo duk kowane asibiti a kowane state ana yin shi kyauta ne, ba za ka biya ko naira ba, kuma ba zai cutar da 'ya'yanmu ba. Ina ba mutane shawara da su daure su fitar da 'ya'yansu a musu wannan allurar rigakafi na Mrs. Rubella domin yana da matukar amfani. Wannan rigakafin da ake yi kyauta ne.
Sunana Hauwa Ulawal. Ina da yara guda 3 sun karɓi rigakafin Mrs. Rubella. Rigakafin kyauta ne, ban ba da ko sisi ba.
Sunana Salamatu Abubakar, yara na 5. Akan rigakafin MR ne. Ya kamata iyaye ku fito ku an san wannan rigakafin. Rigakafin nan kyauta ne, ba an san ko sisi duk inda ka je.
Across Nigeria, every voice matters. From corporate corridors to public streets, from rural communities to bustling urban centers, we listen, we share, we connect. At Seawinds, we bring you the health insights that shape lives, because your wellness is our well-being.
Wata safiya kyakkyawa a ƙauyen Kulu. Rana ta fito, kowa na gudanar da al'amuransa na yau da kullum. Ana cikin haka, sai ga jakadiya ta zo. Ta ce duk mu tare a tsakiyar gari domin tana tafe da saƙo daga fadar sarauniya. Aka kira kowa da kowa duk muka tare a tsakiyar gari. Sai ta ce mana, sarauniya na sanar da mu da cewa akwai sabon rigakafi mai suna MR vaccine. Allura ne da zai kare 'ya'yanmu daga kyanda da kuma rubella. Wannan allura ƙwaya 2 ne kacal, kuma ana baiwa yara ne daga watanni 9 har zuwa shekara 15. Kuma abu mai sauki gashi nan kusa da gida a asibitinmu na ƙauye. Da yawa daga cikinmu mun yi murna matuƙa, amma wasu daga cikinmu suka ce a'a su ba su yadda ba. Mu da muka yadda, nan da nan muka shirya muka tafi asibiti domin mu kai yaranmu a yi musu allura. Bayan kwanaki ƙalilan, wa'annan yara wa'anda ba a musu rigakafi ba suka fara kwanciya zazzabi ɗaya bayan ɗaya. Wasunsu ma har rasuwa suka yi. Iyaye duk suka shiga damuwa. Wasunsu har suka ɗau 'ya'yansu suka tafi asibiti. Suna da na sani, mu da muka kai 'ya'yanmu suka karɓi rigakafi ko mun tsira. Ga mu nan da 'ya'yanmu duk muna cikin ƙoshin lafiya. Don haka, iyaye mu yi gaggawa wurin kai 'ya'yanmu a yi musu allurar MR vaccine domin akwai shi a asibiti mafi kusa kuma kyauta.
Hello everyone, this is Mariam Umar Birma, an influencer for Seawinds, for the measles rubella vaccine campaign. Well, all I'd like to say to Syrians is thank you, because Syrians has really changed my life. I was a young graduate and I just finished serving, and I was confused. I wanted to go into content creation, but I did not know how to fuse the knowledge I have from my studies and content creation with also the skills I have. So along came Seawinds, and it taught me how to fuse my skills of poetry, content creation, my knowledge from microbiology, and Seawinds has taught me how to step out of my comfort zone. I'm a person who used to procrastinate a lot. I would say I would do something, but I'll postpone, and then I might never do it. But Seawinds gave me a chance to fight procrastination, and it made me make something out of myself, something I am very proud of today. So all I would like to say is thank you to Seawinds.
Hello everyone, come with me to the Primary Health Care Center to find out about the MR vaccine.
Sunana Binta Yusuf Buhari, ni ne in charge na wannan asibitin primary health care.
Sunana Haishiya Umma, ni ne 2IC.
Ni ce mai suna Asabe Hassan, RI provider.
Sunana Jamila Yusuf.
Sunana Umma Shehu.
Wannan measles rubella vaccine ba ta da illa, ba wai ba ko vaccine bane. Duk yaron da na haifa ina mishi wannan vaccine na measles, ba wani amsan ko naira da za a rika yinka, ko magani ce ingantacciya. Wanda Allah ina ma mai ba da shawara, idan har ka san ka haihu kai kokari ka kawo yaron a zo a yi mishi wannan rigakafi na measles rubella ba yi da illa.
Wannan allura tana da muhimmanci sosai, saboda haka iyaye su daure su dage su ba da 'ya'yansu, sannan ba kuɗi za mu kashe mu biya ba.
Ya kamata iyaye su daure su kawo yaransu a yi musu wannan immunization ɗin don kariya daga wannan cutan measles rubella.
Duk yaron da ya kai 9 da aihuwa a kawo duk kowane asibiti a kowane state ana yin shi kyauta ne, ba za ka biya ko naira ba, kuma ba zai cutar da 'ya'yanmu ba.
Ina ba mutane shawara da su daure su fitar da 'ya'yansu a musu wannan allurar rigakafi na measles rubella domin yana da matukar amfani. Wannan rigakafin da ake yi kyauta ne.
Sunana Hauwa Ulawal. Ina da yara guda 3 sun karɓi rigakafin measles and rubella. Rigakafin kyauta ne, ban ba da ko sisi ba.
Sunana Salamatu Abubakar, yara na 5. Akan rigakafin MR ne. Ya kamata iyaye ku fito ku an san wannan rigakafin. Rigakafin nan kyauta ne, ba an san ko sisi duk inda ka je.
Across Nigeria, every voice matters. From corporate corridors to
Trace your name across the wall. Every rhythm pulls me near. Every note reminds me you're here. Even if the night turns cold, I still hear
Tea break at 2. I guess that would be brunch then. Are we still having tea break? Let's see. I can still see some of us are having our tea break. I honestly hate to rush you, but if you're still outside, this is a kind invitation to step back into the hall as we are going to be resuming our schedule for today. All right. So, if you see your seatmate, I encouraged you to take note of your seatmate. So if your seatmate isn't beside you, by now you should be calling them or sending them a text message. I'm hoping you've networked to the point of exchanging numbers. So kindly invite your seatmate to come back into the hall. Please, if we're still having tea break outside, every participant of C Wins at 5. Can we kindly step back into the auditorium as we will be resuming our program for today? May I, at this juncture, recognize the presence of the First Lady of Kwara State and Chairperson, Nigeria Governor's Spouse Forum, Her Excellency Ambassador Professor Olufolake Abdulrazak. It's so good to have you join us, ma'am. I like that I have a little touch of your color, so I'm feeling myself today. Looking absolutely stunning. All right. Please, can we come back into the hall? I encouraged us to return in 20 minutes. It's actually 25 minutes now. We have to resume. And the First Lady is here. We would like to invite her for her remarks, but I want to be sure that we're all in the hall so we don't miss that very important aspect of the program. So I'll just give us 1 more minute, please. 1 more minute. If we're outside, kindly step back in. Thank you. Thirty seconds to go. Please, if you're outside the auditorium and here for C Wins at 5, kindly step back in. Thank you. Five years of impact, and we are only getting started. I hope we have not washed that down with tea break. So again, we go 5 years of impact, and we're only getting started. That's right. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, it is my absolute honor to invite the First Lady of Kwara State and Chairperson, Nigeria Governor's Spouse Forum, Her Excellency, Ambassador Professor Olufolake Abdulrazak, to share her remarks. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes forward. We can make this bigger and louder and stronger. It is such an honor to have you with us here. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much to our able MC. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry to interrupt your tea break, but I think you've munched down a little bit. I know it's been a long morning and you've had a lot that you're doing, but I just wanted to come and share a few remarks because at the Nigeria Governor Spouses Forum, we do hold C-Wins in high esteem. They work with us, they're our partners, and therefore I thought it was important to be here today. I'd like to recognize Dr. Salma Ibrahim Anas, the SSA to the President on Health, Dr. Ladidi, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Adana Steinaker, the SSA to Mr. President on Women's Health, Mrs. Rukaya El-Rufai, the SA to the President on National Economic Council and Climate Change, His Royal Highness Malam Nura Kangiwa, the Etsu Karu, Alaji Turaki Kebi, the representative of His Royal Highness Alaji Smaila Mera, the Emir of Argungu, Her Royal Highness Queen Hawa Kolo, the wife of the Honor of Abaji, Alaji Abdullahi Bala, National Chairman of Ibis, Chief Mrs. Mujima Konjuola, all members of the Sea Winds Group, and I see here Dr. Ado, Dr. Mustafa, where's Dr. Aha? Thank you. Thank you, all members of Sea Winds. Thank you so much for creating the time for me to join you today. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today to celebrate with the Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solutions, Sea Winds, on their 5th anniversary of commendable work and impact. I extend to you warm congratulations and heartfelt commendation on behalf of the Nigeria Governor Spouses Forum, NGSF. This milestone reflects your commitment to the well-being, nutrition, and health of Nigerian families, children, and communities at large. Over the past few years, Sea Winds has demonstrated a clear vision that every Nigerian, regardless of their background, should have access to quality health, safe food, and adequate nutrition through every phase of life. Your data-driven, multi-stakeholder, community-engaged approach has helped bridge gaps between policy, agriculture, food systems, healthcare, and grassroots realities to strengthen resilience and human potential across our country. In particular, I thought you should clap for yourselves. Huh? In particular, your leadership in advocating for the national introduction of the measles rubella MR vaccine in collaboration with the Nigeria Governor Spouses Forum stands out as a bold, necessary, and visionary step for Nigeria's future. The joint MR vaccine campaign is more than a health intervention. It is an investment in our collective future. Working with you as partners in this space elicited widespread acceptance of the measles rubella vaccine as our engagements with spouses of local government chairmen and their spouses and the chairmen themselves, traditional and religious leaders, community leaders, and other critical stakeholders, like the vice chairman. I want you all to know that in a lot of states where we have male local government chairmen, the vices are all female. At least in Kwara State, they're all women. And then we have one local government chairman who is female. Community leaders and other critical stakeholders integrated our messages at the grassroots. Our collaboration on improved nutrition and measles rubella vaccination indeed created sustainable pathways to improving immunization coverage in our local communities. And I want to say that, this vaccination campaign was very important. I don't know if a lot of you knew about the vaccination campaign we did for the cervical cancer, the HPV vaccine as well. And because the Spouses Forum was involved, we managed to get such unprecedented numbers. And we're sure that with measles and rubella, the same thing will happen. We'll get unprecedented numbers. It's important that we begin to tell our people about the safety of these vaccines. And that's why I'm here also today to tell you all that in your individual spaces, you must please help us let people know that the vaccine is safe for them to take, for their children to take. It's important that we get enough people taking it to have the herd immunity that we so desire and we crave for. Sustaining this drive and going forward, we hope to see more engagements with CWINS that would further prioritize the welfare of women, children, and our youth. As you celebrate 5 years of service, however, I want to express Nigeria Governors Spouses Forum's deep appreciation for your partnership, your consistency, and your courage to work at all levels, from the high-level advocacy, stakeholder engagements, to grassroots sensitization. And I think that's so key for any organization. You must be able to be at fora like this, and you must be able to go into the communities, to the grassroots, to make sure that your message is recognized. We recognize that such a holistic, inclusive strategy is what is required to turn health and nutrition goals into real lived experiences across Nigeria. I will also want to enjoin you to help us with our nutrition goals. I'm sure you know that the Nigeria Governors Spouses Forum, we are promoting nutrition at all levels. Nigeria still has a problem with stunting, of our youth and our children, and we need to eradicate that. Apart from that, we are working on the 6 months maternity leave across the 36 states of the Federation. We have 11 states. We have 11 states so far that have passed this. I think about almost 12 now. And it is important because when we have 6 months paid maternity leave for working mothers, we can therefore entrench 6 months exclusive breastfeeding. So this exclusive breastfeeding will therefore improve the nutrition outcomes of our children. The mothers will also be able to take, when they go back to work, because we're also establishing creches in workplaces, they'll be able to take their children to the offices with them so that, there's no break in where, we're promoting that they continue to breastfeed for as long as possible, over a year, to make sure that we get nutrition of our children. So we hope that CWINS will walk the talk with us in making sure that our nutrition outcomes are better for the country. On this special anniversary, I affirm the Nigeria Governors Spouses Forum's continued support for CWIN's mission. We renew our commitment to walk alongside you, to amplify your voice, to mobilize communities, to support immunization campaigns and nutrition efforts, believing strongly that together we can safeguard the health and future of our children, strengthen our families, and build a more prosperous nation for us all. The CWINS team is now very, very favored by all the First Ladies. They're well known to all of us. They've become our best friends. They've gone into every single state in the country, so they're now our best friends, and we'll continue to call on them. Congratulations on your 5th anniversary. May CWINS continue to grow from strength to strength, to expand your reach, deepen your impact, and bring hope and well-being to every corner of Nigeria. Once again, we remain your veritable allies, and I thank you for the hard work for this MR vaccine. God bless your work, your staff, your partners, and the many lives you touch. Amen. Thank you all for listening. I wish you the best for the rest of the session, and I look forward to hearing the outcomes of today's engagement. Thank you very much.
We can make that bigger and louder, and even a standing ovation. I mean, it's no small feat for all the governors' wives to be on the side of CWINS, thanks to Her Excellency Ambassador Professor Olufolake Abdul-Razak, and all that she's been doing in ensuring that CWINS is carried along. Thank you so much, ma'am. We see you work here you do, and we appreciate you. We understand she has a very busy schedule and so she'll be off, but the report, I'm sure, would be forwarded to her office. Thank you once again, ma'am. All right. I hope we're not tired yet because we're about to change gears. And before we move on to our very first panel session, I would like to invite for a very quick remark from Gates Foundation, Dr. Avua Oteri. Please a round of applause as he comes forward. Yes, please, we can keep the applause coming until he gets to the podium. I hear there's magic in clapping when someone is approaching the podium. It makes them move faster. I still don't understand the science behind it, though. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Okay, all the protocols are already out, so I will say this on the existing protocol. Well, we ought to be here early, but we're having a foundation week, and my boss just said, even if it's 1 hour, get there. So this is good message from Gates Foundation. The country director, Uche, is happy and said to send felicitation and wish Seawin good tidings as they move from their first 5 years. And for me personally, I handled the Measles Rubella at the foundation, and I know the role Seawin's played in that campaign, and they're still playing it because the southern states are starting in January, so the work still continues. So we still have that relationship with Seawin, and we're grateful for the work they've done. And in other sectors, they've done well. And when I came, I saw Seawin at 5 years. I said, is Seawin really 5 years? Because what they've done doesn't look like 5 years. And so our prayer is that as you move to your next journey, may you continue to excel, and be rest assured the Gates Foundation will give all the support you need to make you grow, will support your work. So in the next maybe 10 years, we'll start doing this review maybe at ICC, because you will have more partners and you have more impact. You invite more people. So on behalf of the Gates Foundation, we wish you happy deliberation and an assessment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Avua Oteri, and thanks to Gates Foundation for their commitment and continued support to Seawinds. We see all that you do. All right, again, 5 years of impact, and we're only getting started. Okay, I know what to do after this first panel session. I'm going to invite us to something quite interesting that will really wake us up. But I will just go on now to introduce our very next session. And right before I introduce our moderator, I just want us to think of one thing. What's one thing Nigeria's health system must do differently in the next 5 years? You don't have to look to your neighbor to answer that. Just think about it. And hopefully during the panel session, we'll see if our thoughts and what we're hearing align. And if not, the Q&A session will give us room to share our thoughts. As we begin our panel series with a focus on nutrition, delivery, and community systems, with the topic, Reaching Households with Quality Nutrition Services, Lessons from ANRIN Project. I'll go on to introduce and invite our moderators, one who would start off and the other will wrap up by the end. So I would like to introduce the panelist who will also go on to, or the moderator who will also go on to invite the panelists. She is a public health professional serving as a chief scientific officer at the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. She provides technical guidance that supports primary healthcare planning, system strengthening, and program implementation. Her background includes a biochemistry degree from Bayero University and a postgraduate qualification in health financing from Federal University, Lafayette, and a Master of Public Health from National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, and has a training in health, safety, and environment. She's also a member of the Africa Institute of Public Health. Can we put our hands together for Fatima Dan Fulani, MPH Public Health Specialist. Please a round of applause for her as she comes forward. And while she does, I will go on to also introduce the very second panelist. So when it's her turn to speak, she'll just go ahead. That would be, thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. You're welcome. A global health strategist with experience in maternal, newborn, child health and nutrition in Nigeria. She works to strengthen community health systems, advance evidence-based interventions, and promote people-centered service delivery. Her experience covers policy engagement, program implementation, and community mobilization with an emphasis on improving household access to essential services. She has trained health workers, journalists, young youth groups, civil society organizations to improve health literacy and support social change. She is the technical director at AfriHealth for Social Development and Impact, where she guides health systems strengthening and community-focused program delivery. Can we together appreciate Technical Director, AfriHealth for Social Development and Impact, Dr. Olayinka Badmu. Please a round of applause for her. There she is, yes. All right, I will hand over to you, ma'ams, to go ahead and introduce our panelists and handle this session. We are way behind schedule, so we trust that you'll make do with 30 minutes that we have, 20 for the conversation and 10 for Q&As. Thank you very much.
I would introduce the panelists. So good afternoon, everyone, and really thank you for joining us. It's going to be an interesting panel, and we look forward to engaging you and making this atmosphere a bit lively. This afternoon, we have 4 great panelists that will be joining us. I'm going to be calling them in no particular order. Dr. Adam Dawood is a public health physician. Please come up as I continue to read your bio. He's a public health physician with extensive experience in immunization, nutrition, and health system strengthening. He has served in key national roles, including the Deputy Director in the Department of Disease Control and Immunization at the NPHCDA, where he contributed to immunization governance and supported National Emergency Routine Immunization System. He has worked with several international and national institutions, providing technical expertise to WHO country offices, the EU SIGN project, and the Nigerian Center for Disease Control during the COVID-19 response. Dr. Dawood led the World Bank ARIN project as a project director for non-state actor implementation in Katsina State, overseeing community nutrition, delivery, and system strengthening intervention. He is currently the Director of Health Planning Research and Statistics at the National Blood Service Agency in Nigeria. Please give him another round of applause.
So we have the second on the list is Dr. Jamila Lawal. She's a distinguished nutritionist, a public health expert specializing in maternal, child, and adolescent nutrition. She holds a PhD in nutrition as an MSc in nutrition and a master's degree in public health. As a founder of lead consultant of the Nourish Now Center for Nutrition Development, she is dedicated to empowering communities through evidence-based nutrition education and advocacy. A passionate advocate for transforming African nutritional landscape, Dr. Lawal bridged the gap between science and everyday life, using her platform to inspire healthier choice and promote sustainable, locally sourced food solutions. Beyond her clinical and community work, she's also a familiar face in the media as a long-standing host of the popular TV program, Maggie Ramadan Diary. Our influence extends to the content creation and brand partnership, where she championed the education of the girl child and equitable food access. Recognized as a leading African women in food fellow and listed on the Why Nigerian Power List 2020, Dr. Olawal continued to shape conversation around nutrition, gender, and sustainable development across the continent. Please, can we give her a round of applause as she comes on board?
Unfortunately, Dr. Lawal is not here, so sitting in for her is Sumonu Tiamiyu. Please, he's already here. Please give him a round of applause. So let's quickly welcome Malam Suleiman Yusuf. Malam Suleiman Yusuf. Thank you, sir. Please come on board. Suleiman Yusuf is a public health professional with extensive experience in community health services and routine immunization support. Trained at the School of Nursing, Obangere, and the College of Orthopedics at Dala Orthopedic Hospital, Kano. He has worked across several states, including roles on the management support team of the former National Program on Immunization. He later contributed to AFINET NSTOP program and served during the COVID-19 response as an LGA facilitator with WHO. From 2021 to 2024, he supported ARIN implementation and recently contributed to CWIN Zero Dose activity. Welcome again, Mr. Malam Suleiman Yusuf.
So we also have Afsat Abdullahi. She's a world service provider in Sangawa World under the IRIN project. She delivers essential nutrition services in rural and out-to-reach nomadic, insecure setting through household visit. Our work covered the delivery of micronutrient powder, deworming tablet, vitamin A, supplementation, iron and folic acid, and zinc with ORS. She enrolls eligible beneficiaries using the IRIN application and maintain paper registers to ensure accurate reporting. Afsat also identifies children, pregnant women, and lactating mothers who require services across our catchment area, contributing to improved community-level coverage. Please, can we welcome her on board?
So the panel we'll be discussing, our panel session is on reaching household with quality nutrition services, lessons learned from the ARIN project. My colleague, Fadima, will run the session. Over to you, Fadima.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, champions in health sectors.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
With your experience, my question goes to the Castina team first. With your experience in IRIN project, what model of delivery did you use and how did it influence coverage in Castina during IRIN project?
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, I want to stand on the existing protocols. It is my pleasure to be on this panel, and it is so pertinent that at the Katsina State, the accelerated nutrition result in Nigeria ARIN project was saddled to work in 18 local government areas. And those 18 local government areas happen to be the areas that have been saddled with a lot of insurgency, community clashes, kidnapping, and cattle rustling. So And the project stipulated that our main mode of operation should be a house-to-house identification of eligible clients that will benefit from nutritional support. And these clients are pregnant mothers, lactating mothers, and young girls that happen to come across pregnancy who we refer to as teenage pregnant ladies. And also the lactating mothers who are lactating from delivery to 5 years of life. So, unlike the traditional way of going to health facilities to access services, the project stipulated that it has to be a house-to-house identification of clients so that they will benefit from the nutritional support and services. So what we did initially was to actually come up with ward service providers and voluntary health promoters within each and every LGA and ward, so that people will not have to come from other areas to go and deliver services. So that was one of the first strategies we did. And we decided to also employ a chief security officer. And that chief security officer really helped us in information gathering for security information from the police, military, civil defense, and vigilantes. So before each and every of our team members move to work in any of the ward to each and every house, we have to get a community safety information report from our CSO, that's the Chief Security Officer. So, and that really helped us throughout the project. It was seamless, we did not have any casualty. And that really helped us to reach each and every house, and we were able to get our clients.
If I can get you, sir, you said the key adjustment was to involve the security people.
Chief Security Officer,
to
yes.
be able to do your,
to
be able to access the community.
Exactly.
And be able to deliver the services.
Yes.
Okay. So the project real-time data for decision making. How did your team use the IRENE app data to improve supervision and ensure timely follow-up on gap identified?
Thank you very much. The project, it's a performance-based project. And ab initio, it was stated that real-time coverages are going to be employed so that there will not be missing of data. So what we did initially was to actually try and provide Android phones to each and every staff that has been recruited. So all our ward service providers, they have phones. All our LGA facilities, they have phones. All our LGA focal persons have phones. And we have an M&E officer who actually is very conversant with the phone and real-time data gathering information. So we train all our staff in order to be able to know how to upload the IRENE app and to also know how to capture their data when they are in the field. And by so doing, it is actually real time. And by the time they meet a client, the app is so directional that by the time you input the information, the app will tell you what and what services the client needs. So it also helps in fine-tuning the services. And by so doing, we were able to actually capture our data in real time. But we have to come up with some strategies because network was a problem, and sometimes we realized that the means of putting the data immediately was a problem because we have to give them a register since the network is a problem. So they have a register as a tool again so that there will be good recording of what is happening. And when the network is not feasible, we'll be able to get back to register. And when the network is okay, we go back and input it.
Okay.
So every Tuesday, we try to hold a technical meeting. And the MIE officer was tasked with seeing the activities of last week. And that activity is from each and every ward. Now, after reviewing the ward's activity, during the meeting, anywhere that we have gaps, we'll record it, we'll call the LGA facilitator, and the LGA focal person, they will meet and know how to go about it. And every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we go out for supportive supervision to each and every LGA. So where we have gaps, we go there, identify the LGA and the community, and we close the gaps so that our data will still be real within the week. And at the end of the month, we also hold a monthly data review meeting. And during that monthly data review meeting, we review the entire activity of the LGA so that where there is gap, we now close before the next month.
Thank you.
We're able to be
So the
smart
last question for
with our
Castina team,
data collection as real
which
time.
goes to
Thank
the,
you very
I
much.
want to ask the person that works at the community, that's after Abdullahi. Please, how do you engage with household daily with clear targets? And you observe, what did you observe about the household needs? And how did the volunteer network promoters network helps you to reach missed children or dropped out?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. In daily engagement with household, I observe many households, especially those with small children under 5. He needs strong guidance on good nutrition practice. Hunger, poverty, and unlimited knowledge. It made difficult many caregivers to provide the best and nutrition meals. Many of caregivers did not fully understand how to feed the children under 5. How to feed children under 5. These gaps were some of the major reasons we saw malnutrition in the community. Through the ARIM program, we are able to almost address almost 90% of these needs.
So what you are telling us that you are able to reach your targets, yes. You did your community, you create awareness at our community household to household, and you are able to reach your everyday target. Thank you so much, Castina team. And my question goes to Kano team now. From the nutrition perspective, what practice proved more effective in improving uptake of counseling and supplementation through the door-to-door approach?
Thank you very much. I think one of the major factors around here is at the design stage of the intervention, we take into consideration that the beneficiaries, the pregnant mother, children under 5, and the lactating mothers, most of the time they are at home. And we take into consideration the best way to reach out to them, and for them to be able to accept what we are bringing on board. And we deploy the community-based approach, which ensure that we recruit the world service provider from the community where they are from, and they work in that community. The principle is this: if you are from that community, you speak my language, you understand my culture, you know what the don'ts and don'ts of that community, there will be much more acceptability than bringing somebody from a far distance to come and address issues around nutrition. We also look at the topography of the community where we are going to serve, the rural areas. It will be very difficult to carry somebody from Kano City to travel to somewhere like Kibia, or go to the rural part of the Akikudu. There's some area you need to travel like 2-3 hours to get there. And you look at the working hours within the days. So the approach has been to issue around sustainability to ensure that the community are able to accept it and see it as part of their intervention and not only seen as a foreign intervention bringing to them. And another thing is to also see that we look at the community and also engage with the community leaders. In the selection and the recruitment of the world service provider, the community leaders play a key role in identifying who can do the work in the communities that the community trusts. When the SSA to President on Earth was talking, she made mention of an issue around trust. So for the community to be able to accept our services, we need to build trust. So in doing that, we engage with community leaders. They were aware what we want to do. We explain to them, and they were able to assist us to identify the right person to be engaged in the community to deliver that services.
Thank you so much, sir. And to you, Mr. Yusuf Suleiman, you work in Dawaki Kudu LG in Kano during the Irene project, 0.1.
Correct.
Okay, as a link between the provider and the LGA team and the LGA system, what were the main coordination challenge you faced, and how did you work with others to be able to resolve them?
Thank you very much. As been said, I'm Suleiman Yusuf. I'm the LGA facilitator for Dawakin Kudu for Irene project. As my colleague have rightly said from the beginning, the program is house to house. So you'll be wondering what is the role of a man being LGA facilitator in this program? How will you enter house to house that is not yours? Actually, this is the way I tackled it. As I entered the LGA, after the advocacy and sensitization meetings, both with the LGA and community leaders, luckily enough, the district head of the LGA is a former colleague in WHO. So I found it easy to communicate with him, to pass my message through the community. So, and with the standing program that I was before in the other NGO, I was formerly working with AFNET. So I used polio existing stand in all the local governments, that I used that to penetrate through the LGA. What do I mean by this? Polio is already on program in the LGA. So I use the staffs to penetrate to the community, to collect permanent settlement list. Then from there, I was able to penetrate. And as we started, there are a lot of issues in the community. Already polio is going on, other things are going on, which is this one again. So we had issues. Then we resolved into meetings with community leaders. From there, we started assessing the program. Then later, an issue came up of query cholera. And, among our package, we have ORS there. So by the time this disease came up, then our program now penetrating. They were requesting for ORS everywhere. Then from ORS, we were able to introduce our supplements that we went there with. So we have little or no problem in penetrating to the community at initial stage. It was later, every good thing always has a problem. Some of the people requesting for money, some people requesting for foodstuff, this and that. were able to tackle and do for adequate explanation that we are not here to distribute money, but what we are giving them is more than money, explaining the work of each supplement we came to give them in the community.
Thank you, sir. So I could get one or two things for what you people said, and which is you allowed them to take ownership.
Yeah, yes.
You left this, you did the buy-in of the traditional leaders.
Yes.
And now, what were the sustainability plan you left for them before the end of 0.1 Irene? And two, what is the lessons learned from the project, from the Irene project, so that we use those lessons learned as a way forward for other implementation?
Okay. The sustainability plan was built into the heart of the project from the beginning, from the design stage. And we can boast as a consortium that we are one of the few partners that actually demonstrated the community-to-community, door-to-door structures, delivery of the services. And in Kano alone, we recruited close to 2,000 community health workers, from voluntary health promoters to world service providers across the 17 LJ we work in Kano. And we trained them on delivery of basic package of nutrition services. And because they are from the community, when the project ends, they will continue to live in that community. The training the knowledge they have acquired through our training will still be with them. And because they have moved from one house to another house to another house, the community people have recognized them as the health champions in that community that can offer solutions, basic solutions to nutrition issues in the community. So they will continue to offer services in the community. Besides that, towards the end of the project, we brought some of them, our world service provider, to Abuja here, Africa Nutrition University, to also train them on other alternative local needs that can be used to replace those food supplements, so that they will continue to support the community in providing basic nutrition services.
Thank you so much, great team. As we round this off, Dr. Yinka, over to you.
Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause to all our panelists. Few things came out for me from the discussion. One, it's always important to segment your audience and reach your audience where they are, irrespective of the intervention. So door-to-door really worked, and collaborating with diverse stakeholders within the context also matters. From security agents, we need to have that at the back of our mind. Another key thing is capacity building across board. Again, helps us to strengthen system, and that real-time data is only powerful when it's paired with rapid action and accountability. A key thing that also came out for me is building trust is key to meaningful community engagement and sustainability. From this panel, we would see that Seawinds and its partners have shown that millions of households can be reached with quality nutrition when community systems are empowered and when data guides decision-making. Please, once again, join me in appreciating this panel for their insight and commitment to improving nutrition. Thank you so much, everyone. Is there a photo up? Photo up, please.
All right, may I invite Paparazzi to capture this moment. A big thank you to our panelists and our very able moderators. And S, let's see the dancers in the house. Oh, sir in green, such an excellent dancer. We'll do it one more time and then we sit down. One more time, we're gonna go C, W.
Connect with them very well. It shaped us in the sense that people reached out talking to us, and it brought engagement to our pages. Through these engagements, for me, surprisingly, WhatsApp was the powerhouse for me. If you find your way to the WhatsApp group of mothers, they believe all the short videos. They believe them better than what they see on the regular social media. So for me, it's actually changed the way I view social media in general.
Yeah. So can you share with us some of those social media
handles or approaches that you use? What kind of social media did you deploy?
Well, we created relatable contents in the sense that we used animation, using real life stories, using, sometimes when you see all these health advocacy videos, people zone out, but no, we used poetry, storytelling, we made it fun, we made it in a way that after the campaign, you can still remember whatever we said.
So both entertainment and the message as well.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, Your Highness, I'm coming on to you now. I would like you to share with us your own experience, given that you're in the grassroots, and also commanding that followership when it comes to grassroots, advocacy. So we want you to tell us the central role that you played in shaping acceptance, especially, and reducing fear of hesitancy. Where people will now believe that it's safe and also very beneficial for their children. So tell us a bit about your experience in that area.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm really grateful for you involving the Traditional Institute. Traditional Institute is the most heard, most respected in the communities, and it has been demonstrated by Sinwin. Dr. Lola got in touch with us and spoke with her husband. They were in the palace. I think I saw the photo demonstrated. And he promised that he was taking the message to the council and informed the other council members. And of course, we were informed. And in the traditional council, once they call their people and tell them, this is what we want, nobody goes against it. And to we, the wives, we have some groups. We have women groups coming into the palaces, visiting us. So we had to demonstrate this message by group. All the which then they come, we have the Islamic group, the Form 1, the Nwobik, people living with disabilities. We got them informed, say this is the new vaccine coming up, which is dangerous to life if you don't take it. And of course, it just went down to the grassroots. Of course, if you want to dismiss messages, just hold the community leaders, your message is passed, and that was what was done.
Yes.
Thank you.
Maybe to quickly ask,
Yeah.
were there any specific challenges that you would like to share with us, and how have you been able to address those challenges? Given the perception that people have, especially at the community level, there may be some 1 or 2 instances that came that.
On campaign which we did, and when the 10 non-compliances was detected, I think I worked in Sokoto. The method we used this time, I had to pass it on to my fellow members, the 17 graded chiefs. That's the 17 members of the Traditional Wives Association. We got ourselves together, stepped down, and said, this is the method we use. The constraint is the non-acceptance, which you have to do continuous sensitization and also encourage them to accept that this thing should be taken. So that was the constraint.
And I think one thing that, Your Highness, you needed to also expatiate on, you as a healthcare provider yourself, of several years or decades of experience, have also used some of that to reach out to the community. So can you share that with us? How you, as a wife of a traditional leader, as well as a healthcare provider herself, how have you used those skills?
Yes, thank you very much. When you called me, I was asked to talk on the basis of traditionals too. Now that you are telling me to talk on my professional case, I'll tell you. In my profile, it said I was a retired nurse midwife, a deputy director of the National Hospital, and later became a chairperson, governing board chairperson in the College of Nursing and Midwifery in Kogi State for 8 years. I retired, my tenure finished June this year. And this, I use my health aids to advertise, then encourage our people to take a traditional vaccine, vaccines. And I think during my stay in the College of Nursing and Midwifery, if you can get the proposals, it's one of the things we put in our curriculum. Vaccination is very important, mostly when our students go into the hospitals to do their practicals. So with that, we were able to, encourage some of these women to take the vaccines when necessary.
Yes, and I'm sure you now understand why I wanted you to share that experience. You know, Dublin as a care worker, as well as a leader in the community, is a very powerful tool to reach out to people. I think the last round here is for us to each highlight what key takeaways you would like the audience to go, the roles that you played in advancing the cause for MR vaccine and other integrated vaccines. So, Ma, I think I'll start from you so that we go that way. Key takeaway, a minute to give us your key takeaway.
Okay, I would
that
advise,
you would like people
please,
to take away.
Members of the audience, my fellow brothers and sisters here, let's encourage our fellow women to go out and have these vaccines, to be vaccinated, the pregnant women, the children, under 5 children, encourage them. The children, under 5 children, encourage them. It's not a dangerous life. We prolong our immunity and make our children healthy. So let us not be, so when you see something, say something. Let us not keep it under our cupboards. So let's speak out. Because many women out there don't really want to take these vaccines. Let us not be tired of continuous sensitization of how important.
Your Highness, may you have, Mariam, give us your insight. Thank you.
Well, for me as a social media influencer, I would like to say social media is nothing without people. So a simple reshare, a simple repost goes a very, very long way. We do this to connect with the people because really people need to understand how important this is. So I'll urge you us all that it's not just our fight, a single person's fight. It's a group fight. So please, a reshare, a repost goes a very, very long way.
Thank you. Madam Toyin.
I think for me, I'm just going to echo what's been said already. Obviously, we still have the phase 2 to start in February as well as January, which means there's still a lot of sensitization to be had. I think from my perspective, it's time to go granular, and it's also time to face the fears and the misconceptions about vaccination head on. One of the things that we've seen on the field is we make very blanket statements such as vaccines are safe. People don't believe that. So what is the reason why you don't believe it? And let's have a conversation. I think we need to have more conversations around the reasons why not, so that we can convert those people to actually getting vaccinated. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. More conversation, more information, and then clarification so that we dispel all the myths and misconceptions. Yes, Dr. Njidika?
Thank you. For me, I just want to say that advocacy works best when it is a continuous process. We don't want it to be a process where we just start just because of a campaign and then end it. It has to be political ownership, community ownership are the pillars of any health campaign or routine immunization. Whatever we're doing any campaign is just to strengthen routine immunization in our country. It will just take about, of course, we know that government pays for the vaccines, right? It's easier for us to prevent the disease than, to run to hospital and say we're trying to treat any sick child or something. It will cost us economically. So I want us to continue in our various platforms, in our various communities, in ways that we can, to keep pushing this information out there about health. Health is wealth. Let me put it that way.
It's not working. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I think the message has been passed. I want to use this opportunity to thank all our panelists for these very rich and practical insights that you have shared with us today. The discussion has reinforced that the success of the MR introduction was not accidental. We have to be intentional about it. We have to continue to drive the procurement coordination, strategic advocacy, and ensuring that we're able to unlock critical resources. Partnership is very key. Partnership is very key. Partnership has to be broad-based with civil society organizations, community-based organizations, the youth groups, the faith actors, and even the positions, the youth groups, the faith actors, and even the power of digital voices, which we have had shared with us today. It helps shape perception and the trust and authority of the traditional and religious. It's really something you can quantify, and this we need at the grassroots level. So as we move into the phase 2 and in strengthening our routine immunization services, these lessons that have been shared with us today gives us a clear direction. It also helps us to refine our advocacy strategies so that we must continue to be deliberate, and then our engagement must be inclusive. Everyone that has something to say. Her Royal Highness has said, if you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. It's not something we keep to ourselves. It's not something we keep to ourselves. We need to be able to communicate consistent and information that is factual, that people would believe, people will accept, and our communities will be driven to take up this work. For giving us this opportunity to have this discussion, and I want to again thank our panelists as we draw the curtain to a close. Thank you.
And we want to say a big thank you to our very able moderator for moderating such an insightful session. This was very concise and punchy. We appreciate you and all our very, very special panelists. Okay, so we'll just give them a moment for paparazzi, and then we'll move on to our very next activity on the agenda. So big thank you, Dr. Zainab. Thank you, Dr. Laden. Thank you, Pharmacy Temitope. Thank you, Mariam Umar. And thank you, Her Royal Highness Hawa Kolo. Please, can we give them a round of applause as they return to their seats? I'm sure we have been picking lessons. So many lessons learned so far. And if you're wondering, when are we going to share? Going to be able to share my questions. Don't worry, we're going to have that at the very end of the third panel session. So just go ahead and note down your questions, and hopefully you can include the name of the panelists that you want to respond to that question. I think this would be a good moment for us to just breathe and take a creative pause, and for us to also digest all the information we have received so far. And to do that, I would like to invite a spoken words artist who goes by the name Mr. Crosswords. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward. Yes, please. Let's make it bigger and louder.
All right. Once. Okay. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. How are we doing? Answer me now, how are we doing? Are we good? Thank you so much for clapping for me, daddies, mommies, much for being here. And thank you so much for supporting public health, health education. I mean, this is a vital topic that must be discussed. So thank you so much for being here. Let me start my piece like this. Let me get us in the mood. How are we doing, first of all? Are we fine? We know there are some people that are not fine today, but we're aware, yeah? Who are sick in the villages, who are out there, who are struggling in the rural communities, who do not have access to health. So when I ask you how are you doing, please answer me properly. How are we doing? How are we doing? You have voice. Yeah, that's true. That's sweet. So story. Once upon a time, as the sun rises over the murky waters in Makoko, so does Jumoke, broken bucket to go fetch tomorrow into a bucket that has carried way too many yesterdays. For at home waits 3 children, and one growing beneath her belly that already knows the taste of kwashoko from the malnutrition that constantly plagues her. Still, she bends her back over that well and pulls the water, pours the murky water into the bucket and takes it home. Because you see, in a country like Nigeria, where 1 to 8 children do not get to see age 5, then hope cannot die. And hope must wear slippers and say, we move in the face of problems and in the face of struggles. Across the city in another General Hasibiti, Suweba, the midwife, stands in the gap and bridges the gap for the women who come every day to release children into the world. You see, mothers arriving in unending waves and babies entering the world with stubborn courage. She has memorized every scar, every sigh that seems to say, I am tired, and the ventilator that cries out its last breath before the patients do. Still, the world keeps spinning. But day after day, Suweiba stands in the gap, because if she does not stand, will you? And as far away in Kanu's dry outskirts and Sahel deserts, Ibrahim watches as measles creeps over his settlements and takes each life one by one. No primary health care center within sight or walking distance. No medication or proper health education. Still, a system trying to stand tall even with broken knees, yet he sees a spark. He sees a spark in the vaccination and immunization agents that can walk around with their coolers, like the women who serve food at weddings. He sees the officers who hold their coolers clutched tight and boots muddy, fighting measles with more determination than the outbreak itself. Because in a nation where only 36% of children are fully immunized, every step matters, every child matters, and every cooler matters. This country, you see this Nigeria, is not just survival. It is stubborn hope wearing slippers and saying, we move. And when Jumoke lifts tomorrow with tired arms, and Ibrahim refuses fear and despair and chooses hope, and Suweiba stands in between life and loss, the nation finds its heartbeat again. It finds resilience, not in statistics and paper, and not in the people who refuse to look away, in those who today sit here and fight for nutrition, for good health, for wellness and education, and those who fight for the dignity of every mother and child. And after these 5 beautiful, bold, and undisputable years of impact, I say this, that every child still matters. Every voice still matters. So let this be our vow, to strengthen primary health care, to train and protect the Suweibas, to support immunization so Jumoke does not lose another child, to fund nutrition programs that stop stunting before it starts, and to educate every man, woman, and child to turn data into action and action into saved lives. Thank you.
Transforming data into action and action into saving lives. Were there any other lines that you picked from that? You can just echo it from your seat. Any lines? For me, it's the part where he said, Nigeria, how did he put it now? Stubborn hope wearing slippers saying we move in Nigeria. I know. Yes, thank you. Any other lines? You want to echo it from your seat? That particular line for me, I'm like, even barefoot, Nigeria, we move. And that's one really super amazing power that we have that always works for us, even well outside this country. Please, can we put our hands together once again for crosswords? Indeed, you crossed words, and that was truly inspiring. All right, so we're going to move on to our very next session now. Let me be sure that our moderator is around. Okay, he is. Okay, so I will just state what the focus is, and that's on, again, I would just like to establish that the protocol is the same, about 20 to 25 minutes for the panel session, and the last few minutes will be for Q&As, and the focus is on policy, data use, and frontline capacity and topic, evidence, practice, and policy influence, learning from child health campaigns and health worker training. And to moderate this session is one who has actually garnered sufficient experience himself and information to help us lead this session. He's a veteran health systems expert and currently serves as chairperson of the Health Sector Reform Coalition of Nigeria and financing and reforms in Nigeria, including as former executive secretary of the Health Reform Foundation of Nigeria. and as Director of Planning, Research and Statistics at the former Federal Ministry of Health. Can we please make welcome with an applause Galadima of Auchi Kingdom and Chairman Health Sector Reform Coalition of Nigeria, Dr. Mustafa Lekki. Great to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much. Earlier, we heard from him when he shared goodwill messages, but he's going to moderate this session, and we're looking forward to how this goes. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Are we all together? Very good, thank you. I think we start by inviting up here members of this panel for the discussion we're going to have very shortly. So we call them by their names. We have Dr. Olalekan Olubajo. I saw him earlier. Dr. Olubajo, please. Yes, I've known Dr. Olubajo for over 2 decades. And he has not changed a bit. It's always looked like this, trim and strong. And in the field of nutrition. So very welcome, Dr. Olubajo. Yeah, following him closely is Khadija M. Yusuf. Is she here? Khadija, thank you. And we have Nafisat Abdullahi Musa. Is she here? Very good, thank you, madam. We also have Dawakin Kudu. Is she here? Dawakin? Okay, very good. And the last but not the least, Mr. Matthew Oladele. Is Matthew Oladele here? Thank you very much. I thought we were going to have just 1 man and 3 women. So now we have 2 versus 3. Okay, well, this segment is focusing on issue of policy, data use, and frontline capacity of people who provide frontline services. I thought I should make some very quick remarks before we turn it over to the discussant. So in setting the stage for this panel discussion, I will start with a brief, very brief definition of the main concepts that will be the focus of the panel discussion. There are 3 main concepts here. One is the issue of policy. What is policy? The issue of data use and capacity of frontline workers, and they're relevant. We know that by policy, which they are going to exemplify in their discussion, we mean that deliberate, something that is formal, a course of action that has been agreed upon, adopted by an organization, whether it is CWIN, its government, or any institution to guide decision making. That essentially is what the policy is. So we watch the discussion. And the issue of data use, we all assume we know what data use is. But here we're referring to the purposes, the methods, and the constraints under which data is collected, stored, processed, analyzed, shared, or disposed of, with the main concern being how data is used. So we'll listen to that carefully in their presentation, how data is being used as the main concern, regardless of how it is compiled. And with regards to frontline capacity, we're referring to the practical ability of frontline staff, those people you put there who interact with patients and clients, how they're able to interact, what their experiences are, what their tasks are. These are the frontline, capacities. And this includes their skills, whether they are properly skilled or not skilled, it's mis-skilled, or the tools that they have available and the time, and organizational support that they receive to do their work. All this will be exemplified in the discussion that we're going to hear from the members of the panel. It is noteworthy, though, that it's often a bottleneck if staff are undersourced, if they are under-trained, if they are overwhelmed, if they are underpaid, and in some cases not paid at all this will affect frontline workers' capacity to deliver. So now, in this presentation, the panelists will speak to evidence, they will speak to practice with evidence that they have, the practice that they can speak to as their experiences, and the policy influence, drawing on their own experiences, having worked in the area of child health campaigns and health work training, undertaking. So our discussion will focus on practical insights from service delivery, data use, and capacity built through community and facility level training of healthcare frontline workers. So I will call on our number one members of the panels, Dr. Olalekan Olubajo, whom, like I said, I've known for over 20 years. And I have two questions for him to speak to. One is that, Dr. Olubajo, from your experience during the hiring project, which you are very familiar with, what service delivery gaps stood out to help to address this gap? What stood out to you as a gap? How did the training that you provided help you to address these gaps? That is number one of the two side questions. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Lekki. Introductory remarks. Given your question, I will start by making reference to an interview that the late Professor Ransom Kuti of the MPCDA. And the question they asked him then was, what does he see as being the biggest problem that will confront the Nigerian health system? And without mixing words, he said, human resources. Many years down the line, that has been proven right, whether in terms of skilled manpower at the policy level or skilled manpower at the delivery level. And so coming to the question, the ARIN project was a marked departure from other projects in the sense that it attempted to focus on community-based health service delivery, one, and also it was very intensely data-driven and used a lot of remote control use. And so you had a situation where you are bringing this complex means of data management to frontline health workers that were not used to this system. And so you had gaps in IT skills, you had gaps in data skills, you had gaps in reporting skills, and all these things were things that were observed in the delivery of the ARIN project. And so the training which CWINS provided aimed to bridge this gap in terms of being able to highlight those critical areas that the frontline health workers needed to know in being able to deliver effectively. And so what it meant was that they needed to up their skills and not just relying on paper-based skills, because then you didn't really use paper-based reporting methods anymore. It was more of electronic-based skills, and that was a critical thing that was some of the training that the training provided. Thank you.
Okay, before I move on to the next person, Haja Khadija, there's a follow-up question, Dr. Olubajo. Going forward, given what you have just said about the mid-skills level and competencies that needed to be addressed so that the frontline workers can perform, what areas should be strengthened? If you can exemplify more, what areas should be strengthened to sustain improvement at the community level when it comes to the issue of child health care services? What do you see as prime to be strengthened at the community level?
Thank you. I would say that we need to revamp the training of frontline health workers. Most times, I think they have been neglected and in terms of building their capacity, and so they have lagged behind with catching up on developments. So first, we need to look at it critically and revamp. Then the immediate government functions that they work with in terms of the local government and the state government need to be much more involved. They've not really paid too much attention to the training of this this category of healthcare workers. And thirdly, I think is providing them with the kind of equipment that they need to be able to function as we up their skills. Over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go over to the next member of the panel, Khadija M. Yusuf. I have a couple of questions for you. How has the AUST CWIN's nutrition training, how has it improved the way you deliver services in facilities and community? How does whatever training you receive, how did it improve the way you deliver services at the community level? A bit louder, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. I was opportune to be trained by CWINS on maternal and child nutrition. So I can counsel the mothers, I can greatly counsel mothers on the importance of balanced nutrition during pregnancy and breastfeeding, the importance of exclusive breastfeeding, and complementary feeding, proper complementary feeding. And I gain more knowledge on communication and interpersonal skills.
Very good. Let me ask you a quick follow-up question.
Okay, sir.
How has stronger frontline capacity supported better detection, referral, or management of nutrition-related condition?
Okay.
Meaning that those people who work at that front line,
Yes.
how has their training helped them to do both detection and then referral if there's a need to refer in managing nutrition-related conditions?
Okay, sir. We, as a frontline workers, we were trained on how to detect malnutrition, early detection of malnutrition, how to refer, who needed the referral, and how to manage the malnutrition. Before we were trained, we can't detect malnutrition until in advanced stage, like severe malnutrition. But after we were trained, we can detect early malnutrition using mid-upper arm circumference, gross monitoring, and we can timely refer a child with malnutrition, like a severe malnutrition without any medical condition. We can refer them to OTP for treatment, and we collect their information and record so that we can provide a follow-up, so that we can see they have completed their treatment and we can treat the acute malnutrition that doesn't need any referral.
Very good. Excellent question. Show that your training was very robust because
Yes.
we were able to speak very specifically to how to detect upper arm, issue and then determine who needed to be referred and then you
Yes.
refer the person appropriately.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you.
Sir.
Yeah, sure. Now to Nafisat Abdullah Musa. Are you ready for us? Okay, good. The campaign deliver vitamin A, deworming, and MUAC screening. What changes have you observed in community response and awareness? What changes did you observe and that you can speak to on community awareness as far as screening for these conditions are concerned?
Okay, thank you. During the course of the intervention, we've observed a noticeable improvement in community engagement and in how the community are engaged with or they respond to the services. That's the activities of the CHC campaign in Katsina State. More community members are now open to partake in the activities. There is also a great sense of acceptance by the community members.
sorry, I got distracted. Like Charenchi local government, for instance, during one of our advocacy visits, the Dagachi that's the traditional ruler there. When we went there, at that moment, he requested for albendazole. Immediately, we gave him. There and there, he took it. So from that moment, he himself endorsed it and also gave us his passive acceptance and his willingness to allow the people to accept the initiative, that's the outreach. So even community members have shown their willingness, like we observe the willingness of community members to share the information about the initiative to other people. So that has really, really helped us. Like it has contributed in giving us a wide outreach, a best overall acceptance by the community members. So I would say the community engagement actually shifted from passive acceptance to active participation.
Very good. It shows that some of your engagement with community leaders helped to open up awareness creation and motivated people to take up the services.
Motivated people, yes, exactly.
Very good. That's a good one. Let me ask you another question that is related. With about 125,000 children that were reached in Castina, what improvements have you seen in the community engagement and the uptake of child health services? About 125,000 were reached, but what do you see generally in terms of population level improvement, as far as child health services are concerned in the Katsina area?
With that, the campaign actually reached 125,000 children in the implementing communities in Katsina State. So there has been steady improvement in community participation. Yes, very, very steady improvement in community participation. So more community members are well informed and they are actively participating in the activities of the outreach. Also, in terms of service uptake, we now see most of the community members helping the frontline workers mobilize children that's under 5 to take these essential services, because they now understand and know the importance of those services, which includes vitamin A for better eyesight, the zinc ORS that is being given to children for diarrhea, the albendazole.
This reduces delays, child is overlooked, and each verify vaccination status and avoid missing families during